So we're sort of doing this on a shoestring. I'm only meant to be here for 3 hours, but I'm going to stay here for 5. Um, and Leo's only going to be here. Leo's the tutor. He's only going to be around for 2 hours in the day. So the program director's effectively taken the tutor role and split it in two to give you guys access to 2 tutors. Um, what we will be doing is we will be looking at some typical means of gathering information to design a building. The building we're going to design isn't going to be exciting at all. It's probably going to be the most boring building you've designed yet. Although I haven't seen last year's assignment, so maybe, who knows? We'll see. And we'll be going through some of the more typical industry processes that. Oh, who's that? That's you, mate. Thanks. We're going to be going through the more typical industry processes that teams might go through at different stages of design. And so to begin with, we're going to look at some urban planning driven processes, i.e. If I were to just start working on a project, what's some of the first things that I might do? Is anyone else planning on fucking this up? Okay. Oh, is this because the projector's not working? Okay. Well, that is a solution for not having a projector, is you just go onto the Zoom stream and you can watch it from there. But your battery might run out. So, we're going to be focusing on a place in Sydney called Macquarie Park. Has anyone been to Macquarie Park? Has anyone gone further north than the CBD?
I think I might be there like a few times.
Okay.
Not there for long. Is it under construction for the art gallery of the Research School?
Huh?
Is it under construction for the art gallery?
No, that's
way too.
Macquarie Park's quite far north of the city. It's not in the city.
It's next to the Secular Theatre.
No.
Oh, Macquarie Park. Oh,
Yeah.
Macquarie University. Sorry, I was like.
It's a long way away. It's not in the CBD at all. Okay, I'm just installing an NVIDIA driver, which will hopefully make the projector work. Otherwise, I'm sharing my screen on Zoom. And let's pull up Macquarie Park. So, in the scheme of things, this is Sydney. We're down here somewhere. We're in here. And, well, at least the people in this room are. And then Macquarie Park is sort of northwest of the city. It's actually very close. Like, it's actually closer to Parramatta than it is to the CBD in terms of distance. Although, in the past... Hello? Okay. In the past, there's been... Ah, there we go. It's working. That's all you need. It's just a proper driver installed. Okay. So, Macquarie Park, it's quite far from the city, and it has been enabled in the past through the regular train system to be like an active shopping precinct and a university. And it's changing significantly now that the city has metro stations running around the area. It's basically been activated by that, and so the Council of North Ryde, so that's this council, or and I think it's the Council of North Ryde. We'll get there soon. They've rezoned a lot of the places in this area over the past 10 to 20 years to allow for there to be more development happening at Macquarie Park. So right now, if we were to go look at Macquarie Park, we can see some of those major developments that have happened, but they're still in the process. Come on. Your default speaker. Can you guys hear me? Can someone on the Zoom let me know if I'm audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. That's okay, TC201.
It's kind of connection's not great though. I'll be honest. It's pretty
Yeah,
hard to follow.
it's a really bad connection. Yeah, I can see that. Look, right now, what I'm trying to do is run this through my mobile because the uni internet's not letting me connect to it. I
When is the last time you come to it?
like a year ago.
I think that's probably because
I'll have
of
to
the
change my
Wi-Fi.
password and all of that, but that'll take an hour. So I'll just run it through my phone. For anyone who's having issues with that connection, this is getting recorded, so we should be okay. But as well, a lot of the information in this lecture, it's pretty relaxed, so we'll be okay. Just let me know if it's dropping out too much, guys, and I'll repeat something if you've missed it. Unless you missed that. Okay.
It's good right now, actually. You're good right now.
Okay, cool. I'll put my phone up high. Okay, so Macquarie Park, you can see there's a riparian corridor that runs through here. So there's like a river and a reserve, a national reserve that people effectively can't build into. And the main part of this place has been low density residential dwellings and or industrial parks and or universities, and there's a hospital as well. So I don't know why it won't let me go into 3D, but or why it's deciding to make this. Does it think I'm doing this? Okay. So this is a fairly important place in Sydney right now. There is a lot of major developments happening. In the company that I work for, we're working on a precinct of residential buildings that have quite high density. They're jam-packed in with other new residential buildings, and it's basically the perfect place to give you guys a chance to design something new. And the controls there are those that we'll be seeing more and more often in the industry and also internationally. So that's the reason why we're using Macquarie Park. Now, for those of you who don't know me, I really enjoy, okay, my internet connection's not doing so well. I'm going to stop my video, but can you guys still see the screen sharing?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So, I like to have a conversation as the tutorial in a lecture rather than just sort of speaking at you guys. So, what I'd like to throw to anybody as a question is, if you were going to start a building, someone's just asked you, hey, I want a building. Go build me a building. What's some of the first things that you think you might need to do? So, can you say it out loud, louder? What's the building for? Yep, that's an important one.
How many floors?
How many floors? Okay. Anything else? Location? Yeah. So we've got you could call it almost the use. So use would be is it commercial, residential, mixed? Is it industrial? There's hundreds of different combinations of all of those things. Then what they want in terms of floor area is what was mentioned. That's also an important one. And then where does it go? Laws. What do you mean, Russell?
Doesn't it take like a lot of filing and like what do you call it approval to do any sort of buildings?
Yeah, it does. Yep. Now, TC 201 has said context and budget. Context is a good one. Context basically sits within like where it is, the location, and budget. Yeah. So we obviously want to know how much our building is going to cost before we can design it, or otherwise, we're going to probably waste everyone's time. So all of these things kind of get bundled together into what is controlled by the council, which is their development plans and their LEPs. So if we all just quickly go, so Macquarie Park is part of the North Ryde Council. If you're on a computer and you just type into Google, that is if we can use Google soon, North Ryde Council, City of Ryde, that's it. City of Ryde Council. Year of the Ox. It's my wife's year. She must be turning a unit of 12 this year as her birthday. Okay, so we're in City of Ryde. It's usually going to be throwing you stuff like how to get to the aquatic centre, libraries, whether or not your bins need to go out on a Tuesday or a Thursday, all of those things that councils normally deal with. But the councils also basically approve and provide information for people who want to construct within them. And within that, so business and development, what we're looking for is their planning controls. And they also basically explain how that particular council might want to deal with development applications, how their local planning panels work, whether or not your commercial premises needs to go through a different approval process. But the thing that we usually start with, or potentially create, are planning controls from that council. So their local environmental plan, the LEP, is an important document, and also council's development control plan is also another important document. And you will most likely need to go collect those things, or at least someone on your team in a design office will have access to these for whatever building you've been asked to work on. Some clients might ask a designer, an urban planner, or an architect to work out multiple different sites for them, as a feasibility study, to work out if the land that they are preparing to purchase is worthwhile. And most of the work that you do to work out whether or not it is worthwhile for them is done via information that you get from LEPs and DCPs. So let's pull up, I'm going to pull up the RIDE Local Environment Plan from 2014 and their DCP, their Development Control Plan. And the LEP, which is normally, it used to be a PDF, but they've now sort of made these web-based. It basically goes through and tells you things like, okay, here's a land use table. So we've got zone B4, which is mixed use, and it tells you to provide a mixture of compatible land uses. It needs to integrate suitable businesses such as office, residential, retail, and other development in accessible locations, blah, blah, blah. There's basically too much information here for you to be bothered with. It's more so there for you to find that specific thing. But let's say, so if I told someone, we want to build something at this location at Talavera Road, do we even know, how do we know what zone that is intending to be? Is it a neighborhood center? Is it medium density residential? Is it infrastructure? This is where the DCP comes in. So the development control plan, and I'll just pull up, where is it? We're working with Macquarie Park Corridor. This amazing document, which you'll love to look through because it's just riveting information. It goes through a lot of those things that you would expect it to, in terms of just telling you what the document's for, introducing you what all the chapters are for, talking about the plan for the future. But so through this you can then find what they've planned in terms of commercial, retail, business park, mixed use, university, whatever, for that site. But you will find this rather difficult to use because A, it's not searchable, B, like the council that is working on it can write it in whatever way they want, and so they're not usually standardized. They go through things that might not necessarily matter to you. So generally the best thing to do is, when you're looking for this types of information, is finding an online mapping source instead of these DCPs. Even though if you can't find the information through a map, then you will have to use the DCP. So one resource that's very good is a system called Giraffe. You can get to it through giraffe.build. If you just use Try It Now, I think it just lets you use it. Otherwise, you'll have to make a free account. Now, Giraffe isn't just about delivering information, but we can ignore those types of features. What we're going to do is we're going to search in that map. So what did we decide? It was Talavera Road. Cool, here we are. I think it might even be giving us some 3D buildings soon, maybe not. And in here, we can add map layers that give us information. And this thing is specifically for New South Wales, so it's quite useful. So you can see in these map layers, there's a layer called Land Zoning New South Wales, which I believe you can go access that from this website, mapprod3 environment dot blah 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 blah. Like we could actually go grab that from that system. Okay, I'll do that later. But turning that layer on, let's just turn this shit off. They're trying to sell this to the US. And changing the opacity of these layers. There we go. So here you can see there's that colored map of the zones. So on this Talavera Road, we've got this indigo and sort of baby blue, sky blue color. And listed on it, there's B7 and B4. I believe if you click on this little menu button here and select Show Legend, it will then also give you that color legend in this bottom left zone here. Just if you're sort of like looking at the greater area. So over there's that sort of like hueish pink. That's probably an R2 or an RU5. And there's the yellow and SP3, 1, 2, or 3. So just coming back here, B4 and B7, we'll have to go back to the LEP. So it was it B3 and B7? B4 and B7. So B4 is mixed use, and the B7 is business park. So that's what we're allowed to build in those locations. Does that make sense? Cool. So there are more layers that matter. What else did we want to know about? What else did we want to know about our building? How big can it be? Okay, those things are usually controlled by two things. Let's say three things. Two of those things is the location that you're at, the floor space ratio, and the maximum height of the building allowed. So we'll turn those two layers on as well. So hiding the land zoning, and we'll hide the max height. No, we'll do the height first. So here we can see the maximum heights allowed, and I believe somewhere down here the Ride Council is allowing 39.9 meter high buildings around this corner corridor, right? And then they've said, okay, we want further away from that high on, and right here on the very corner they're allowing 45 meter high buildings, but then in this little precinct there's the 9.5 meter, and moving further back you've got 30, and over here 9.5. If we look over in this sort of low residential area, they're allowed low density. Sorry, it's 9.5. So anyone wanting to build renovate their house there, they're actually allowed to build maybe like 3 generous stories of house there, and if they want, they could actually be tight and maybe get 4 stories in there, depending on what their land allows. So yeah, we've effectively got we know what we can build on the site, whatever site we pick. We also know how tall we can make the building, but even if we're allowed to build a 40-story building here, not 40, 45-meter building at this corner, and the land zoning would allow us to build that as a business park building, B3. Commercial core, cool. So we can put some commercial buildings here. We aren't allowed to fill that site up as to the maximum. We can't take the full boundary of that site and just plonk a building there. Has anyone seen that? Has anyone seen just like a brick of a building that just fills its full capacity and just goes as big as possible? No, they don't even do that, right? Like they're actually stepped back. But they don't fill up as much space as possible. There are rules in New York that stop them from doing that. There are rules in almost every city that stop you from having buildings just sort of like squeezed up against each other. I know New York does have that, but they're not. It's not. It's still limited.
They have to buy the height legislation from the other land to their own to be higher.
Yeah. So in Sydney and the CBD of Sydney, there are rules to determine how close to your boundary you're allowed to build. So if I've got a rectangular boundary like this one, they'll say, okay, that you're allowed to build right up to the boundary for the first 10 meters. And then after 10 meters from a main road, you have to be set back by another 10 meters. And so when you see these buildings that sort of step, and I will point at some. The thing is, you're right, Macquarie is quite greedy. Let's just go. That stepping that you usually see, it's not an architect trying to be creative. It's a client wanting to get the most out of what they own. So let's see, can I go into 3D through this method? Yay. It's still gonna let me, there we go. Okay, so just here, that's perfect. See that step and then it running up, and you can see there's a building here that almost basically follows that same process. It comes up to a certain height, steps back, and then goes back up again. And then just to the right of that, there's a step and then back up. But then look, it falls off right there, and this building can go straight down. There's basically that's been controlled by the council. They've set rules on what the maximum mass of your building can be in relation to the streets surrounding you. So what they'll say is we'll call this main road, and we'll call there's like an alley. I need my mouse. I'll get it in a sec. Can I do it with this? You can see there's an alley in there, sort of slipping through. And so they'll say for alleyways, no setback. Don't worry about a setback. We don't care about that. And the reason that the council sets these rules out is because they've decided they want a certain appearance or feeling or quality to the space that that is your city. So it's almost why you could, if you went to Shanghai or Beijing or New York or Sydney or London, and you just strip away all the signs and strip away all the culture, and all you're left with is the mass of the building, right? You could probably tell where you were based on the type of space that you were in. The road widths versus the building heights versus how far back they allow sunlight through. They're all very, very different places.
Not in New York.
Huh?
Not in New York.
What do you mean?
I mean, like, there's just like all of the buildings are so high.
Yeah?
Whenever you like, if you stay there like during the day, you still feel like you just can't feel sunlight.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's much sunlight, right? But I've never been to New York, and I've never been to Beijing, let's say. I'm assuming some of you have been to Beijing.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm very confident that those two cities are very different.
Exactly.
But they're both major cities in the world. They both have millions of people, and but the thing is that the design controls are different. It's just like Melbourne. Even though Melbourne is in Australia, it's a very different city to Sydney because of the design controls that have been allowed. That's pretty much, other than the fact that it's on a river rather than on a harbour. Like they could change their design controls and have Melbourne become more like Sydney, or vice versa. We could say our buildings are allowed to be closer together. We don't necessarily care how far away the face of a building from another building is when they're not adjoined, and we could become more and more like Melbourne.
I think the building controls like most viewable in Japan, because that's why they've got the
They're viewable everywhere, man. The instant you get into this field and you actually start looking at these buildings, they affect everything. So one thing that is going to affect you with most large buildings, and we've worked on this guy in the past. So this is the 4-point tower in Darling Harbour. Is that how I sound? Sound like an idiot. Sorry, I can just hear myself. Harbour. What a joker. Okay, so there's this is like a hotel, the Sheraton Hotel. I think it's not Sheraton. Maybe it's Sheraton. It doesn't matter. It's Hyatt now. There's this tower that was built, which is just another part of the hotel. We worked on this building, and after it was built, this zone through here was rezoned to be a public park. So the council has said, we want this area through here, and when I say council, that means the city of Sydney. So biggest council you can think of. They've said, through here, we want to rezone this as a public park. We want to have a park built over this zone that goes over the road and basically connects the city with Darling Harbour better. There's no park there, but it's been zoned that. Now, our tower, the client of our tower here has said, we want to build more tower. We want to put an even taller tower because our building has been rezoned. We're allowed to build higher. You remember the building height thing? So the council's changed what that building height's allowed to be. We can build more. But because of the zoning of this area, they're not allowed to overshadow it. So any extra shadow that this particular building casts on there is not allowed. Only what is currently there is allowed. So we end up having to do a study where we have to do solar angles off the park projected onto this building to work out what zone in our land can we actually build something that doesn't overshadow that zone. So that's another thing that's going to potentially control the height of your building. It's not just the maximum height allowed, it's also whether or not your building's overshadowing a park or overshadowing something's important. If I zip over to Hyde Park, and see this dude? That angle there, if you follow that line down, that line will run down to Hyde Park. Okay? The only reason there's a wedge cut into the top of that building is because they weren't allowed to cast a shadow on Hyde Park in the afternoon of winter. And look, if we keep going, this building was affected by it. See that stepping? That stepping might have to do with this Pitt Street Mall, but I'm pretty sure it's more so to do with overshadowing Hyde Park. This guy was built prior to that rule being set. So what you'll find is buildings that don't follow the rules, they may have been built prior, and then the owner of said building will say, fuck it, I'm not going to rebuild, I'm just going to leave it as it is because I'm getting the maximum out of what I've got here. Whilst, let's say they rezone this building and they let it be, 100 meters tall, the owner of that building is like, I'm on a gold mine. I'm going to sell this or I'm going to rebuild it and I'm going to make millions and millions of dollars off owning this land. Okay? I have not been paying attention. Is anyone chatting? No, it doesn't look like it. Do you guys mind guys in the room? Do we have a recording? Yes, Leo, the lecture is being recorded. So a good example of this is the Sirius building, which is gone. It looks. Is it still there? Yeah, it's gone. Okay. That would be why. It's actually a star. So this ugly building in Sydney,
It's still here.
is it still there? Are you sure?
Yeah.
It doesn't, it's not on the, oh, there it is. Got it. Okay. So this guy got rezoned. It was public housing. The government decided that it was worth more to them if they were to sell it and put something else there. So they kicked everyone out, they rezoned it, but as well, the maximum height of this building changed. It wasn't allowed to be as tall as what it is. It's only allowed to be about the height of the this Zest Events International building here. So you can see it goes several stories over. We worked for a client to try and compete for this building, and we tried to convince that client that it was worth not knocking the building down, that they could make more money if they didn't. Because if they knocked it down, they would basically be getting rid of all these apartments that can see this guy, right? And there's some rich people in the world who want boutique apartments in Sydney, right at Darling Harbour, in the rocks, that can see the Opera House. And so we did some studies for them, and we proved to them, and they agreed that they would knock it down. They would make more money if they kept it as it was and just renovated it. Unfortunately, they lost the bid. So someone underbid them for the land, and that those people, they would have rather knock it down and build something else. Who knows? It might be political. But the proposed building that goes in its place now, I don't think it's that one, but it's definitely, it might be that one. It's definitely limited by that height difference. Okay, so one other thing that is going to affect the size of your building is the floor space ratio. Okay, so I've given you a plot of land, like you've purchased it. Let's say it's 1,000 square meters, and it's out in the middle of fucking nowhere, right? No, actually, let's make it in the center of the city. And I've said you're allowed to build a 200-meter high building there, and you're allowed to either make it residential or commercial. So what effect is when we finish it, what effect is that building going to have on its context? It's going to cast shadow, but what else is it going to do? Anyone on the internet have an idea?
It'll affect foot traffic.
Yeah, it will put more people in that area, right? There's going to be, like, if we actually think about it, that huge building, that can be as big as a whole suburb of people now in that one spot. There's going to be cars traveling there. There's going to be people traveling there. There's going to be people wanting to buy food. There's going to be people shitting and pissing. You know, you need stuff to leave, and you need electricity to come in. And the more people there are, the more electricity you need. There's massive effects for just adding extra people to a space. And so the way councils work that out, they actually say, okay, how many people can we have maximum in our council over the next 30 years? They work that out. They then control that by forcing the owners of their land to work to a floor space ratio. Because, and maybe COVID might change what our floor space ratios mean, because we've got that 1.5 meters. You two stop hugging each other. So if we turn on the floor space ratio in Giraffe, we can see for those commercial buildings, they've allowed a floor space ratio of 3:1. Okay? That means for the land that we've got here, if we've got 100 square meters of site, then our building is only allowed to be 300 square meters. I feel like that's ridiculous, but for this particular location, but it might be right. So if we were to go back to our height of our building, this building is allowed to be 45 meters tall, but if I were to take that site and just extrude it up 45 meters, what's that? So 45 meters divided by 3, let's just say it's a reasonable floor-to-floor height, is more than 10 stories, okay? And if I were to repeat this site by 10 stories, what would my floor space ratio be? If I were just to take the full mass of that and just extrude it up 10 stories, what would the floor space ratio of my building be? Just think about it. You don't need a calculator. Anyone? Let me repeat. So the area here, the floor space ratio for this site is allowed to be 3:1. What that means is you take the measurement of this area, the area of the site, So if this was 100 square meters, let's just say it's 100 square meters, we're only allowed a maximum of 300 square meters of floor space in our building. Okay? So if I were just to take this full site and extrude it up 10 stories, so it's 10 stories of building, what's my floor space ratio? No, it's 10. Because it's 10 of these.
400 square meters.
It's 1,000 square meters.
So you're assuming it's 100K. Sorry, I'm
We'll
looking at
assume
the numbers.
those numbers are not square meters. Okay, so let's say this is 100 square meters. It would be 1,000 square meters of floor area, and it would be a floor space ratio of 10 to 1. Yeah? So we can't do that here. And we're allowed a building height of 45 meters, 44.5. And that would allow at least 10 stories of building. So what do you do?
Chop the higher possible so I can get higher.
Yeah, basically you have to reduce the size of your building floor plate. And that's actually a good thing, okay? A smaller floor plate is usually better for the occupants. If we had a really fat floor plate, then the people in the center of the building, they're further away from windows, right? So the further you get from windows, the less direct sunlight or indirect light, natural light you get. And I can tell you now, people get really sick and depressed when they don't get sunlight. And if you work the amount of hours I do sometimes, being stuck inside 100 meters away from a window is bad. So there are controls there, and they do that through floor space ratio. Leo, Leo's just entered because we've technically just moved into the tutorial. Who on the internet is planning on coming in today?
I think Russell is mentioned his stuff.
I'll come in. I'm just grabbing some food.
Yeah.
Okay, Tom, is that it?
I know Amelia's funny, but I'm not sure if he's on.
So we've got 8 people online, probably. Okay, that's fine. It's all good. By the way, I know these guys more than what I thought, because they couldn't get into Australia last year for term 1, so they're actually second years from last year. Huh? Yeah, but you're second years from last year. So I know you guys. I've taught you guys. Yeah.
But this is your third year, but it's still second year.
It's COVID fucked it up last year. Yeah. So what would be the maximum floor space ratio you've seen?
Probably 3 to 1.
Yeah.
3 or
So here, these guys, they've set a floor space ratio of 3 to 1 at this corner point of Macquarie Park. And actually, I would say floor space ratio is going to be your number one pain in the ass when it comes to what you're allowed to build. Your maximum height could be like crazy high. What's this black one? 243 meters high.
That's designated for a tower.
That's 243 meters, but what's its floor space ratio? 6.5 to 1. So it's high, but I'm very confident that you're not going to get that full block of land up 240 meters.
So there's usually a trade-off between if you want to build a very high tower for an eagle, but there's not much floor space.
You might want to come over here because the guys on the internet might not be able to hear. Can you guys hear? Can you guys hear Leo?
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm Leo.
I'm running off my phone at the moment. Are you able to get onto the Wi-Fi
Oh, sure.
here?
Yeah.
Cool. I have to change my password, but if you jump on now,
I can jump on.
guys, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna get Leo to jump on to get the connection better. Goodbye.
Do you want the students to take a 5 minutes break or something before the tut, or
No,
no? Okay.
we run hard and fast.
Okay, good.
Here, I'll let you.
Oh, I miss this chair.
I fucking hate that shit.
I know. It's so hateful. You sort of just.
I'm gonna change.
So let me forget your uni-wide password.
Yeah, go do it.
Yeah.
Do it. Don't steal the hand sanitizer, guys. Oh, what? Fuck you. That's what I thought it was connected to the wall. I thought it, oh, okay, we're fine. I am spilling the coke.
Oh, good. We're back online again.
Oh, yeah.
Right, have you naughty fellows?
We'll take a break for a minute. I just have to clean up my mess.
Okay.
Can you contact Hank?
Sure.
And ask him for us to get a different room?
Sure.
Because of the power board situation?
Yep.
The fact that there's like 20 other rooms here that aren't being
Which is
used.
locked. Yeah, we can go locked in this morning. Really, really bad. Hank, how are you? Pretty good. We can call it problem with the power outlet in the wrong place. There is not enough power outlets. I'm wondering if you can talk to someone to switch our chapter to somewhere else. For example, 215 has a lot of power outlets, but not our room 203. Yeah. Cool. Yep. Oh, thank you so much. Bye. See ya. Okay, Hank is coming down to gather some power board, but for this time, we will start with this one.
But there's no one in the fucking rooms.
Yeah, but we need to book it for next week though.
I know. It's okay today.
Yeah. But from next week, we'll try to switch to the other room.
Good.
Yeah. Hank will talk to
It's
someone.
fucking confusing as fuck.
Yeah, I was begging this janitor to open the door next to us, but she was like, no.
What?
Yeah, she looked at my ID card. No.
No.
No. Apparently, I'm not an associate professor.
Hey, online guys, are you still there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
Let me open some door.
Okay. This is normal, isn't it? Isn't this normal for uni?
I mean, the German version, some courses just mess. It's a mess.
It's a mess.
Yeah, this is the UNSW normal.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry. I haven't done any prep for this as well, so be ready to be normal. But I've got a good reputation, so we're good. I'm also quite arrogant, so we'll be there. So we've moved into tutorial in a way, but what the idea is that I want you to pick either a commercial or residential site in Macquarie Park or around the ride area. It has to be zoned as either high density residential or as commercial building. And I want you to go collect all the information required to make at least a 10-story building with at least a floor space ratio of 3 to 1. Okay? That's if you maybe what you need to do is find two sites, two locations where you can do residential and two where you can do commercial, and those will be your potential building sites for the rest of the term. Whilst I
Just carefully.
go work out how to solve all this stuff. Cool.
Have you got the data for them? Like the maybe shapefile or something?
Well, they're going to use Giraffe for now.
Okay.
Giraffe actually tells you where all those
Yeah.
that data comes from. But you're also going to show people how to get it from OpenStreetMaps, or not?
Probably not.
Okay.
I realize it's a licensed, not licensed, but it requires installation for 200 megabytes file now.
Sure.
So yeah, maybe we can just draw one real quick. But we are able to download a shapefile from Giraffe, right?
No, I'm not sure you can do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to bring my own HDMI cable. They really don't like you moving around here, do they?
Let me try to get that some shapefile. Are you sharing your screen at this moment?
I am.
Can I borrow your laptop very quickly?
Yes.
Let's ask the students. Just do. Hey students. Can you hear me?
They've been able to hear you this whole time.
Yeah.
Leo.
Great. I'm Leo, and I'm your tutor along with Andrew. I'm wondering who in this class has ever tried Urbano before? Give me a hands up here.
I predict zero.
No, I recognize two students from my last year, so they probably have tried that already. How can I see the student list?
Online.
Yeah, like maybe here. Okay. Anyone can give me a hands up or reaction? One, yeah. Two. All the students from code 1, 2, 3, 4 give me a hands up. That's good. At least you didn't forget what I taught last year. Thanks.
Get me relaxed. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, let me think if it's gonna be worthwhile to try that because it's pretty cool thing, but it's 200 megabytes now. Let's try this one.
That shouldn't matter.
Or maybe we can leave
200
this as
megabytes. That's nothing.
Yep.
Nowadays.
Okay, let me share the link.
Is
with
anyone
the
on
class.
dial-up?
Nope. Share the link with the class. Please try to download the latest version and have a go with the installation while you're thinking how to generate the tower with the Giraffe building layers. Any questions? Just ask me or Andrew.
The thing that annoys me the most about the councils is they all call their setback something different. Like you can never find their setback rules like in the same place.
Yeah, they're all in the development control.
Yeah. Like I'm in the LEP right now, and it's not there. Then you go to their DCP for at least Macquarie Park.
Yeah. And sometimes they don't even have
There we go.
a setback. They have some other constraints.
49. There we go. Hello, hey.
Good morning, electrician. Thank you.
My old role as an electrician.
So none of the other rooms are being used. Would you be able to open them?
If there's wine, maybe. If there,
I don't think that's fine.
no, probably. If you need to use them, I'm not sure whether they're closed, but probably security still has some closed.
They're closed, yeah.
Yeah.
But if they're not being used, there's at least like Leo mentioned a room that has more power boards. We can use that one.
Yeah, but what you can do always, you can go downstairs to the workshop, which is like using power boards.
Yeah. No, but this is literally the only power plug in the whole room.
They don't give us the longer one. It is like they said that we're not allowed to
In the
use
future, if you need something, you go to Hank, told me so.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm Hank.
Good idea.
So then you normally get kind of stuff.
So it's too hard to get another room?
Now we can move to another room, but that will probably be a week or 2 weeks. And it's taking through the
Bureaucracy. Okay.
Of the university.
Estate management.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's not like we have many students here anyway, so.
Yeah. And there you've got enough power.
Those of you online that can turn up in the future, could you please turn up? Because in-face for me is better, much better.
Yeah.
I'll be able to teach you better.
So not sure to who you talk to those ones. So if you've been, it's Hank, your beloved director of the degree. If you are in Sydney physically, hello, it's me. You should come to class. Doing it online is only an option if you've been overseas and you can't physically come to campus. So please come to campus if you've been in Australia, yeah?
In Sydney.
In Sydney, yeah. Okie.
Cool. Thanks, Hank.
Good night, good night. See you around. Teach them well.
I'll try.
See you around, Hank. See you around, and see you probably next term where you've got me for lectures at least. And then in the graduation project.
Or if we ever need power boards in the future.
Exactly, yeah. I'm just going to cycle like the winds here to power.
But by the way, best program director ever, bringing power boards to a tutorial. Other people don't do that.
Lunch, food,
Yeah. Thanks,
doing
Hank.
laundry,
You're good.
Babysitting, whatever it is.
You said babysitting? Okay.
Got it. Hey, happy birthday, by the way.
Thanks.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Thank you. Who said that? Okay, that's 10% more, 10% more. Okay, cool.
If you bring cake next year.
I don't care about my birthday, but thanks, guys.
All right. Adios.
Bye.
See ya.
Okay, now that I always find that people don't turn up to the first lecture, which happened, but you guys missed it. It's cool, dude. You can relax. It's fine. I've recorded it, so you're good. Because I know people miss the first lecture normally, because usually you don't learn anything in the first lecture anyway. I've already broken that boundary. People learn about floor space ratios, right? What's a floor space ratio of 10? Crazy. That's crazy floor space ratio.
Usually get out from the top ladder, right? They just argue like crazy. Oh, we need to bring them over this one.
Yes. So basically, you will find in some situations you'll be talking to a client and telling them exactly how much floor area they can get on their land, and they go, "Can we just increase it by 10%? Can we just increase it by 10%?" And you will find and discover some of the most corrupt people but basically dealing bribes and whatnot to other people to try and get that particular 10% more land. They'll do whatever they can. But I never said that.
One interesting story though, on the floor space ratio and really high limit. In city of Sydney, you can boost up 10%, exact number 10%, by inviting some famous architect to participate in the design competition. That's called design excellency.
Yeah, no, that's Leo's being not sarcastic, cynical. Okay. So there's a design excellence in the city of Sydney. There's this thing called a design excellence review panel, which is basically a bunch of high power architects and planners that are good friends with Clover Moore. Like, they're politically powerful, and they effectively decide on whether or not certain buildings are allowed to get built in Sydney. And the way that they've incentivized it to the point where it's just basically become mandated is they've said you're allowed extra floor space area if you go through this process. So we'll give you 10% more profit if you if you go through a jury that decides whether or not your building is good or bad in terms of design. Just like, you know, you were to go through architecture degree and get criticized in your design, they do that same thing with professional designs, and they give them 10% extra. That's what Leo's referring to.
Yeah.
But if we just get to some logistics. So this is a 10-week term. You guys have 8 weeks to do this term, because there is a non-teaching break, which was requested by the student union. So that's 1 week I can't teach you. Another week I can't teach you is because of Easter Friday. That's a public holiday. So what that means is week 6 and 7, we have a break. What I want to do is I want to take week 7 and move it to another week. Okay, so I'm going to push this class to week 11. Now I'm going to do one more thing. I'm not allowed to give you an assignment due past week 10 because some of you might have exams. Is that any of you have exams?
Oh, we do one. We taking one. That's it. We do have an exam.
When is the exam?
I'm not sure right now.
Okay.
Oh, that's electives.
So some of you might have exams. Does it bother anyone here if I give the whole class an extension for the final assignment? So I'm going to say in the course handbook that it's due week 10, but it's actually due week 12 or maybe even 13. Would anyone have a problem with that? Is it going to get in the way of your exams? No. If anyone does have a problem with that, let me know now, because I will have to change it. But otherwise, if everyone's in agreement, the final assignment is due it's either 12 or 13. I'll confirm with you. Basically, I just need enough time to mark you guys before all the marks are due. I don't need you to submit things on week 10. I don't need 3 weeks, 4 weeks to mark you. I'll do it in a weekend. Okay? So I want to give you the most amount of time possible to do your assignments. Right? Best like, also because this used to be like, this course is really about you spending time working on assignments. It's not about contact hours. It's about you going away and doing assignments and learning and making mistakes and getting things wrong and then coming and telling us, hey, I can't work this out, and we'll help you. It's not about, okay, the 4 hours that we have to talk to each other, because usually you're not going to talk to us anyway. You're going to sit there and code and potentially do fuck all. And it's not until the last minute that you do it. Might as well give you 2 last minutes instead of 1. Yeah? Cool. I used to be a student. I know what it's like. Okay?
This is what studio is about.
Second thing. every teacher that you have will have an agenda. I'm saying this more for the new students than the ones that know me already. They have an agenda. You've had teachers that are doing PhDs and they'll probably want you to do something that's relevant to their PhD. You've had teachers that have an exhibition to do and they want your work to go into an exhibition. Has anyone been asked to put their work into an exhibition? You might find that the people responsible for those exhibitions are actually running your class and they're making your class in a way to just get content for their exhibitions, okay? My agenda is nothing to do with uni, okay? Other than just getting paid to teach you, I'm an industry architect. I work in industry. That's really all I care about. I have no affiliation here at the uni other than the fact that I come in and teach once a week for 10 weeks. And then I go away and I work in my office and I work with students that I taught at uni. Okay? And I work with other companies that have hired the students that I've taught at uni. That's what I care about. I care about you guys getting a job, and when I have to work with you one day, making sure you're good. That's what I care about. Okay? So I don't care about you guys getting stuff in at that specific deadline, other than just me having enough time to market. So if you're worried about not getting something in, just let me know, and we'll work something out. Okay? Super relaxed there. Second thing, if you are struggling and fail, like you're trying something out and you just can't get it to work, and you just can't get it to work, and just can't get it to work, and you email me and you don't get a response from me because I'm also fucking working, and you email Leo and you don't get a response from him because he's fucking working at 3 in the morning. Just chill out, submit whatever you've got, okay? I want you to submit every mistake you've made because I'm going to look through your script and I'm going to see your brain, because that's exactly what the script is. It's just your thought process. It's just like doing maths in high school. Write out your working, because if you write something correct, they'll give you a mark. Even if though your answer's wrong, if you show your working, you might get something out of it. If you send something to me that shows me that you're learning, I'm happy. Okay? That's not a certificate to do nothing. It's a certificate to make mistakes. Okay? Cool. Another thing, is everyone on the internet cool with that? I haven't been checking with you. You guys are second-class citizens at the moment. Everyone cool?
That's good.
Cool.
I'm good.
Last thing. I'm not from Sydney. I'm from Adelaide. And I was meant to go to Adelaide over Christmas. And the fucking COVID stopped me. And my parents are teachers. I don't know why I got into this. Maybe it's because of them. Hello. So that means they don't teach. They teach, and we can't really have holidays with them unless it's at specific times. And so they have a holiday. I think week 8 and week 9. And my daughter has never met them because of COVID. And I would love to go to Adelaide in week 8 and week 9. What can we do to allow me to do that?
We all become second-class citizens.
So I can either teach this class over the internet, or we could postpone one of those classes another week. So you get a 3-week break. Get a 3-week.
Just allocate more time to us and like the assignments and stuff during the break period.
I can't. I'm not allowed to.
Oh, but like over the internet, like not.
I'm not allowed to. I can. I can. You can email me and we can work something out. I'm happy to do that. but I'm not allowed to run a 5-hour class during that break. Unless
What if it's all individual,
you like if
question and answer stuff?
is that what you want?
With, I assume there's going to be heaps of troubleshooting, right?
There is.
So,
Do we still use Moodle? Can we answer questions?
We can answer questions in Moodle, but Moodle doesn't replace a lecture and a tutorial.
yeah. If
So-
we can get the teams working though, we could have like public
Questions, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. No, the thing is, I'm not I'm not a full-time employee at the university. I don't have access to Teams, so I'm gonna have to get Hank to give me access.
Let's just make our own thing.
You want to use
Facebook
Slack or
group
something?
Yeah,
Slack?
Slack.
So every-
whatever.
We can include external person on Teams as well. So
I
think
can't.
Hank
I can't write in the chat on Teams.
You can't.
No.
Oh, okay.
For some
Slack
reason.
then. Yeah.
I'm-
Slack would be cool.
I'm not because I'm a casual employee here. That's why. So they haven't got an account that gives me access to Teams. I can write in meetings. So when I'm in a meeting, I can write, and once the meeting ends, I can't touch it. It's weird. And the thing is, the bureaucracy, I could probably get them to fix it like that, but it would take me calling the IT guys. They would be like, okay, we have to look into it, and maybe like 2 weeks later they might get a response. So if you're happy with a Slack channel, I can set one up now.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
That's better.
But so does anyone have an issue with having a tutorial? See, the thing is they'll get really shitty with us on week 6 if we turn up in person. They'll be like, why the fuck are you teaching a class?
Oh no, I was just saying, like, if we have communication channels and if we're working on assignments and stuff, there's often going to be a lot of like little things that people need help with.
Yep.
So as long as, like, I'm sure we're fine to trade time with that. If during the break period there's
It's more like a.
I'm going to do that for you anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's that. Now, week 6. So I don't want you losing a class just because I was going to do something I was already going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can run a class in week 6 over the internet rather than pushing everything back. As long as you don't tell the union, we're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How does that sound, internet people?
Of course, with internet people will like online sessions.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I mean, we like online sessions, of course.
I hate online
Because
lectures.
we're like on internet right now.
I hate them, but if you guys want to do it, we can. So what we'll do when we do the online classes with tutorial, what I'm thinking is I'll do a lecture, and then we will sit in maybe small, like if we might do a code workshop where I code and you guys follow along, and then we'll split the groups up into the class up into little groups, and we'll just go and do some sessions talking about what you've been doing for the assignment as a group, and then Leo and I will just grab groups individually and do that. So that sounds good? Okay, so I can go to Adelaide.
Yay.
So it's an online class in week 6 and week 8. Okay.
Or I can attend class like physically.
You can't turn it physically
not
on week
for
6.
but
It's more
for
so
week
that
8.
they've got police walking around being like, "What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, that's really.
How come you're teaching? You're not allowed to teach. We'll get sued."
He's not teaching.
Huh?
We're all students.
But yeah, it's basically the students a few years ago that were doing semesters that went to trimesters were annoyed that there wasn't like a holiday in the middle of the term that they were used to with a semester. So they'd do 15 weeks and they'd get like a 2-week break in between those 15 weeks. So they said, we want to break in the new system, but because the university didn't have any extra time to shift, like to split each term up, there wasn't 55 weeks in the year. They had to basically get rid of a week from each term. So that's what we have to do. Like, we have to deal with that. Cool? Okay. Last thing. We're going to be using Rhino and Grasshopper this term, as you all probably are very happy to hear. But we're also going to be using Revit. I hate Revit. I know. Don't make that face at me, because I'm making that face inside. I hate Revit. It's shit. It pisses me off on a day-to-day basis. I don't know how to use it properly. Okay? Neither does Leo, I think.
I do know how to use
Actually,
Revit, but I hate it
actually,
as well.
most people, I'd say most of the industry don't know how to use it properly. Leo's bullshitting when he says he knows how to use it. I know how to use it. No, you don't. No, most people don't know how to use it. But this is the thing. As I mentioned earlier, my agenda is that you come out of this getting a job. Okay? And there can't be hundreds of me's running around trying to get work, because they won't get work. Okay? You have to be fairly lucky to get a job in this industry and not know how to use Revit. Very, very, very lucky.
Yeah.
And I was lucky. I was lucky. That's what I mean by hundreds of me's running around. Lucky people. But we have a magic bullet. Rhino 7 was released late last year. And Rhino 7 has been made so that you can run it inside Revit as a plugin. So you can control Revit using Grasshopper. So we are going to do some of that this term, so you know how to use Grasshopper in Revit, which will make you guys so hireable. So hireable. The other day, I did a week's work in Revit in 10 minutes because I was using Rhino and Grasshopper inside Revit. Okay? So we're going to do that. So I need you to make sure that you guys get the new version of Rhino, Rhino 7. If you're probably, none of you guys are, it looks like none of you guys probably own a legitimate license of Rhino. Huh? So the new version of Rhino, you can get the 90-day trial. That will cover you for this term. Okay? You'll also need to go get a special install for Revit, which is Rhino Inside Revit. Also, go get Revit. You guys should have a license through the uni. Is that right?
Apply for student license. Like,
yep.
Yeah, you can do it through Autodesk Education account.
We're not going to start with Revit until deeper into these assignments. We don't need Revit right now. And if any person says that you need Revit for this stage of a project, tell them to fuck off, because you don't need Revit right now.
Yeah.
Because Revit cares about the end of a job. This is the start of a job, so we don't need it. We'll do most of the work right now in Rhino. You don't need Rhino 7 today, so if you've got Rhino 6 installed, we can work with that. Anything else? The test. When Leo disappears, I'm going to hand you guys a test. You have a week to do it. It's open book. I'm perfectly happy for you guys to share. You've probably done this test before, so you don't need to do it. You've got 100% already. I'm going to make a test just for you and do it. You pass. Is this your last course?
No. I gotta finish off the graduation.
Sure. Okay.
But this is the last course.
So there's a test. Look, you can speak to it. Have you done both tests? One of these tests is super hard. Okay? I've taken the super hard test and I've tacked it onto the end of the reasonably easy test, making a super test. Okay? Look, I want to tell you now, and look, guys on the internet, everyone here is looking at me like I'm insane, crazy. I'm more harsh than Christina on cocaine. Yes, I know Christina, and yes, I know the hell that you went through first term last year. Yes, I know. I know. I used to teach that class. As in I used to tutor it, and I used to teach that class prior to Christina controlling it. That class is insane. I am not surprised that there's only like 4 of you here from last year. 5? Who?
Yeah, they all.
You all failed.
We had 15 people who failed.
50. 15. Oh, how many was the class to begin with?
25.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Usually it's after the first year that half the class drops out, but with this class, because of Christina's 1150, 50% drop out after term 1. Because they failed it, or they're like, what the fuck is this called? So you've gotten through first year now, and now you got me. So we're good.
You're in good hands.
You're in good hands. I used to be a student. I'm not insane. But, so I am giving you a test. The reason I'm giving it to you is so that I know what you're capable of. Okay? So don't worry too much if you can't solve a problem. There isn't a pass grade. If anything, what I'm going to be doing is gauging it, going, okay, I know where these guys are, and I'll grade you based on, look, as long as you do the test, you'll get the full 10%. Okay? That being said, I'll give you an extra 10 if you finish the test by the end of the semester, at the end of the term. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Small questions. How many questions in the test?
There's a
We
lot.
used to be getting like 12, maybe 30-ish.
Yeah, there's over 20.
So it's over 20 questions this time.
It's almost 30.
Almost 30.
It's the how many tests have you done?
We supposed to done 2.
Supposed to.
He done 2. I didn't do 1.
It's basically, you know those two tests that you did?
Yeah.
It's both those tests.
Okay.
So
It's-
isn't that two
It's
tests
not.
thing?
So this is the thing. You guys have done the test. You can literally go and get the old test
Okay.
and use the answers for that.
Which we could.
Huh?
But do not share this with
So
anyone.
I just
It's
ask
not-
you,
yeah.
don't share it with the new students. This is why I'm saying, if you do the test, I will give you the full 10%. Okay, I want to see you try it, and it's mainly you 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And a few online as well.
And I'm gonna say Owen, Lou. Huh? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And Tom, who's run away. Jason. Oh, Tom, and then Jason. Is Jason also here?
Yep.
Yeah, Jason, you're new, aren't you?
Second year.
Yeah. As in
Yeah, sorry.
you've never met me before.
I've never met you before.
If you've met me before, you've probably done both these tests. If you haven't met me, this test is for me to know what Christina taught you last year. Okay? And then I'm going to completely change this course if I feel like you don't know things that I think you should know.
Wait, is this like grasshopper? Or
Yes.
cool.
So we'll get to that when we've got precious Leo time. So Leo, I'm gonna throw Leo under the bus. Leo was super stressed about this course because he's like, I need a lesson plan for each lesson, and I'm like, no, I'm not giving it to you. He's like, let's do week 1, and like 30 minutes later, I'm like, dude, just chill out. We're good. We're fine. We're gonna make this stuff up on the spot, and the reason we're doing that is because I'm responding to you. You guys are going to learn this stuff at a pace that I have no idea. I've never taught this stuff to students before, this specific stuff. But as well, we do this day to day to day. So we know, like, if you have a problem with Grasshopper, I probably have an answer. I'm pretty confident that I know what's going on. So it might seem like we're bumbling through this, not knowing what we're doing. That's right. But you're probably going to learn the most out of any of these courses. Hopefully. I've got this guy, Josh can probably say yes or no to that. No? My courses are not planned, but they're good.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Leo, I'm going to throw Leo under the bus and ask him to try and explain to you guys setbacks and where to get them and how they work.
See. Okay, interesting question. How to get setbacks?
And he knows this because he does it.
Yeah, I does it on regular basis as well. So setback
open up Rhino as
is
well.
yeah a type of building controls. I think you've been yeah it's better to do it here. Let me pull out something. Do you know which? Okay, it's gone. Okay, first of all, in Australian, especially New South Wales systems, each suburbs we are looking at, like Kensington, Kingsford, they all belong to LGA, local government area. And for example, we are sitting in Randwick local government area. And let's look up what Macquarie Park belongs to first, and that determines each government, local government area will have different policies towards their building controls.
It's right council.
It's right console. Thank you so much. So, but I still try to search it for for you. So let's just search for Macquarie Park, LGA, not IGA, LGA, and it'll probably pop up like city right. That's definitely right, and you can probably see the council's website as well. Each council has their own website and their own development portion as well, development applications or something like that. Usually it's very hard to navigate, so we just search for development control plan for city of Ryde. Development control plans. So this is a set of rules that council makes to control how each building looks like. From higher level, what Andrew has explained is LEP. Local environment plans. A better way to look at it, local zoning and so LEP is what state government is controlling the overall look and development of this state. Sorry.
Are you sharing your screen?
Yes, I hope I am, but I'm sharing my face. Okay, guys, I'll just share the entire screen if it's easier. So yeah, so for those ones who has missed the last 1 minute or so, I just did some random Google search on where Macquarie Park sits in the LGA map, and also just navigate through the city right development control plans. That's here. And also, I want to just talk a little bit high level, and there are two hierarchies here. So from the New South Wales government, there is a set of local environment plans to enforce where we put residential areas, where we put commercial areas. They usually applied from the local council, approved by the state planning department. And development control plans, on the other hand, they're still approved by the state, but they are more like very, very specific to each council, and that's what they proposed here. Okay. In this one, we could see each of these could be a little bit different. Okay, I really need a mouse. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. So some of these will divide their chapters by type of development. For example, if you want to do a multi-dwelling housing, this term specifically refers to a bunch of houses stick together, or apartment buildings that we are more familiar with. And in the introduction, we could just probably search for keywords and setback. There we go. In the page 14, they have very specific control for setbacks. So let's just go down to see what they say. Okay, let's just go to page 14 instead. Story height. Okay, so usually it's something to do with site planning, like where they want your entry, where they want your building to sit, height of story, and all of that. And site coverage as well. Sometimes the council wants you to have only portion of the land being covered by hard surfaces, which the rainwater cannot permeate. It's a way to control flood. If you have concrete laid out to the entire city of Sydney,
what will happen is you need to put very big drainage to collect this rainwater because it will not seep into the soil. But if you have a little bit soil in your backyard, that will help the rainwater to drain naturally. That's the idea. And setbacks here. And also it alleviates the heat island problem. So front setback. Front setback is usually where you get a street and you need a setback from this street. That's called, and sometimes buildings have double frontage, or maybe they are corner lot, end lot, something like that. But the simplest term, to put it in simplest term, is where your building has to start before the street. That's front setback. In a similar idea, here are side setbacks. Okay, let's not worry too much about secondary street frontage when you're on a corner, right? And you will have rear and side setback. Okay, you know what? This is definitely not the most illustrated document. Let's look for New South Wales LCPP. This is sort of exempt compliant development, which is sort of the New South Wales state sort of template for a typical house to be approved. Like if you meet all these requirements, we think the house is not worth mentioning to the council. So what you just need to find a private certifier to give you to review a document and get approved very quickly. So housing code. So this is many council will have a similar planning controls, but this one is a little bit more illustrated in a way that the document things a little bit more clearer. So front setback here, frontage. Let's see. Okay, let's just search for the keyword setback, minimum setback, and height requirement from boundary walls. Probably not this one. Okay. So see here, for the front setback, it's the average between two neighboring buildings. Well, we could potentially encode it, or we could just give it a fixed number. And you have side setbacks as well, based on the lot size. If you have a size of a particular, if your site is 1,000 square meters big, your setback from, this is front setback, sorry, and the side setback is here, 0.9 meters, and you get a slope as well, and you get, as your frontage goes higher, the number of frontage goes higher, you get a different setback. Okay, and it also relates to how high the building is. If it's below 4.5 meters, it's usually within a set number. But if it's above 4.5 meters, it just slopes up. Let's think about how we can code that into Grasshopper. Should be very easy one, right? Maybe I'll give you 1 minute exercise to try to code how do you do a sloped setback boundary, or maybe just a sloped line meeting this number. What we're going to do is
the numbers are quite small.
Sorry. Okay. Oh, sorry for the ones who can't really see it. Are you able to see it right now?
Yeah, it's probably better.
Let's draw a rectangle at 10 meters first, and try to encode these two setbacks based on the graph here. Just as a very small exercise. And this is basically an idea of setbacks, and we can, with any lot, setback is something we definitely have to figure out in order to position our building.
What do those owners want?
Sorry?
Maximum area.
Maximum area, exactly.
I think it's going to take people at least a minute just to open it.
Okay. So I'll give you 2 minutes.
Plus, I don't think they're going to do it into it.
I'm joking. Yeah, just try, and I'm actually will be happier to see you fail and ask me questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, just think about how do you want to go a straight line and to a slope that is represented by because what they try to do here is coding. Is yeah. I need to show the formula as well.
Wait, do you want us to make it a floor?
Yeah, just try to replicate this line here. And give you a few input parameters as well.
Just so you know, guys, that this line that we're looking at right now, that would be very typical for a residential, low density residential building. When you get into the more high density stuff, they're very hard rectangular block lines rather than angled slopey lines.
Yeah.
So, we'll get to see that soon, deeper into this tutorial.
Yeah. I feel this could be an interesting task for two reasons. First of all, you understand how low density residential works out. And in some other areas, maybe outside of New South Wales, for example, city of Melbourne, they have, for tower buildings, they sort of have a sloped envelope as well. And if you've been to New York before, you see all the towers sort of steps back as well, because they have sort of, I think it's called right of sky or something like that, to control how the building should step in. So it's a sort of common logic you want to understand. If you can't find this image clearly, maybe search for SEPP.
Can you copy the URL into the Zoom chat?
Sure. Will be easier that way.
So guys, should we do a like a coding? Should we all code this together?
Okay. Can I use your Rhino?
Open Rhino. Use Rhino 7. Whiteboard markers. Sorry. Does anyone have whiteboard markers? Otherwise, I'm gonna have to draw it. And then the people on the computer won't be able to see it anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it.
Yeah. Do you want
to
do it?
We can
I can. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
Maybe I'll do it, and you just make sure these guys are good.
Sure.
And then you can see how I might do it.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah.
So let's do a parametric one. So I want you to parametricize your lot size, at least the width of the lot. It should be varying from 6 meters to 25 meters. The lower bound should be 6, and upper bound should be 25. Could be based on a rectangle or something like that.
Oh, it's good to be back in Grasshopper.
What are you using these days? Visual Studio?
No, I'm using bloody Revit. Yeah.
Dynamo, please.
Huh?
Have you tried Dynamo?
I have tried Dynamo.
Yeah, I think we're trying very hard to copy what Grasshopper has.
Yeah, no.
There's so many.
Dynamo is a load of shit. It only does one thing better than Grasshopper.
Documentation?
No, Dynamo.
Yeah.
Dynamo only does one thing better than Grasshopper.
Tell me it's the least.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm relaxed.
Yeah, it deals with tree branches in a, like, 0 will affect 0 trunks. It doesn't do it consecutively. 0 will affect zeros, and 1 will affect 1, 0,
Like
0, 0.
The long lacing, short lacing?
No. So if you've got a branch system that looks like this, and you've got another branch system that looks like this.
All right. I sort of get what you mean. It's easier to deal with branch data.
No, it does it like in, I think, a smarter way, but that's fine. let's say you had a branch system like this. What Grasshopper does is it says 0 applies to 0, 1 applies to 1, 2 applies to 2, 3 applies to 2, 4 applies to 3, and 4 applies to 4. What Dynamo says is whatever branch system this is, it finds the lowest branch value and it applies 0 to all zeros. And then so here it would apply 2 to 201 and 2050. It's just that tiny little thing makes it is better than Grasshopper, but everything else is crap. Okay, Leo wants me to draw a rectangle. Before we go any further past a rectangle, we're going to do some pseudocode, which is everyone aware of pseudocoding? It's kind of like it's just coding without actually doing the code. So what we're doing is we're going to talk through the problem. So the problem is we need to draw a line that might look like this, right? Oops. And that's based on controls. So if I go back to the web, whoop.
Just search for that keyword.
That's based on these controls. So we can assume, there's going to be a setback that is like an offset from ground level, and then there's going to be a height, and then there's going to be another setback. So we'll say there's 0.9 there, and then there's another height and another setback and another height and another setback, and so on and so on. So if this is our boundary, and actually we can write this code so that it works with any system. What we need to do is give instructions to Grasshopper to set out those coordinates, right? So here, what's that coordinate of the boundary in height? How high is that off the boundary? No, high. How high is it?
You can think about how you want to set out the second line.
Sorry.
Yeah, you go.
How high off the ground is this point? Yep. Okay, so our first height is 0, right? And then what's our second height? Yeah. And what's our third height? Yeah, so this one's a bit... What's going on here? It's got an angle. Locus.
It's a slope side. Basically,
you have to use the side. Yeah, so it's 8.5, whatever the tallest part of the building is. So this is the maximum height of the building. So we'll say the maximum height of our current building is 45 meters. We'll just pretend. Yep. So we'll go 45. So that's the height coordinate there, and there.
Sorry, I have to restore the 45. This is the height limit here, 8.5 meter.
I know.
For this type of building.
Yeah, but I was just saying, like, we'll just make something up.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay.
Imagine it will continue straight out.
We'll use 8.5. Yep. And then what's the final height that we might potentially have on a building? Yeah, or let's go even higher. Let's go even higher than that. Infinity, right? We could go for infinity, but reasonably, we're not going to see a building a kilometer tall. So let's just we'll work to like a meter just below a kilometer, 999 meters. You're never going to see a building that tall, ever. I'm very confident of that. Huh? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Huh? A kilometer tall building?
Yeah. Isn't there a 1,000?
Maybe I need to make that 2 Yeah, you're right. 10 kilometers. Fuck you, Abu Dhabi. 10 kilometers long. Okay, so we're not going to see buildings taller than that at the moment. And really, it doesn't matter. Like, we could put any number in there, but might as well be safe. We want to go high. We're never going to go up above that height. We can't put infinity into the computer because it'll take infinity to calculate it. So we'll just put a reasonably high number in there and we'll be fine. So then, do you see what we're actually doing is we're actually writing just coordinates, right? So the first x coordinate is, I've lost it,
On the other side, yeah.
0.9. Yep. Then the second coordinate is, huh?
0.9 still.
Shh. Shut up, Leo. I'm not asking because I don't know. I'm asking to get them to be involved. Shh. Someone said a wrong number, but it's actually 0.9. Okay. So what we're actually doing is we're just looking at each of these coordinates in that system, 0.9, and we're writing that in. And what do we got? What's this last one? Building height at any point minus 5.5 plus 4 plus 0.9.
It's divided by 4.
Divided by 4?
There is a table above this image that makes it easier.
That's okay. No, it's just so the building height at any point. So that's just that's actually going to angle for infinity.
Up to 8.5 meters. That's why.
And then it goes straight up.
Yeah. Well, and if you put building higher than that, yeah.
So they really want to confuse the fuck out of you, by the way. If you go into these documents, they write things in really confusing ways. Do you know why? Can you think of why they might do that?
They want to make it look fashion.
No. What? Why?
They stop you trying to maximize it for recruiting.
No.
Just to make sure you're super possible.
Think about money. Why would anyone do anything?
Multiple applications.
They want money, right? What's another way that you can get money? That's correct. If it's vague, then a lawyer could argue for something that breaks the rules. And so if someone does the right thing, I'm being serious here. If someone does the right thing, they could argue the case of breaking the rules, and the council can allow it because they're not set in stone by their rules. Their rules are vague. And so that's why when someone says, hey, can we get these setbacks to change? Because the setbacks are vague, maybe you can get them to change. Just you need to grease the wheels a bit. Yeah? But that's not for us to do. That's for someone else. We don't have to do that illegal shit. Just be aware that that's why it's vague. So when you're sitting there being like, why do they have to make this so fucking confusing? It's so that a lawyer can argue that a case later on. That's why. Okay? Cool. So let's work out this confusing thing. Building height at any point minus 5.5. So they've put in 8.5 there. 8.5 minus 5.5 is 3. And then they are dividing that all by 4. So that's...
What is that for?
They've divided... This is the math function that they've made up. The divide by 4. they've basically someone's drawn a line and they've worked out the maths.
Just read that out once more.
It's 8.5 minus 5.5 divided by 4. The reason they've done that is so if someone's got a 7-meter building, they can plug 7 in and get that point. But we can just draw to the 8.5 and draw the boundary and work to the boundary. Plus 0.9 or 0.5? I can't remember. 0.9. And so if we write that as a formula, you'd write it as this, x minus 5.5 divided by 4 plus 9. And in this case, if we've got 8.5 and 999, actually add another 10, 10's 9, 9,999 meters. We plug that in, we'll get our numbers. But we're going to get a bit of a weird result. This isn't going to be exactly what's going on, right? So at 8.5 meters, we get 1.65 setback. And at 9,999, we get 2499.275. Right? It's just maths. Yeah? So that 2499.275 is wrong, right? Because this states above 5 meters, it's as if it was 8.5 meters, sorry. Above 8.5, it's as if it was 8.5. So what can we do within this code to limit these numbers to 8.5? No matter what they are. Like if I type in anything here, oh, that's me again, then we should get a 1.65 as a result. Yeah, go on.
So with any numbers above 8.5, it equals 8.5.
Yep, and the best way to do that is through this minimum function.
Oh.
So you don't have to do an if statement. Minimum does that. So we can just throw all of our numbers through a minimum, and we will get 8.5 as a result. 1.65, 1.65. So we'll merge our numbers together. I'm going to get rid of that 5,000. Order matters, like it always does. And also, just to double check with you guys, you probably will get this result. Sometimes with mergers you don't, because this list comes out different, like that. This might be the one case that I'm happy to flatten this, just in case they don't merge properly. Other than that, I hate flatten. I never want to see you using flatten. Whoever taught you flatten did it wrong.
You have to do exceptions when you write in Excel.
I know, yeah. There's a few exceptions, but has anyone heard the term when in doubt, flatten it out? Good. Forget it. That's not a good term. So you never heard it. Good. So, okay, here we've got our setbacks. So we can start plugging in these heights and these setback zones, and we can get rid of that little pseudocode there. And there you have those 3 lines. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Somewhere up here, 10 kilometers away, is our final one. So we can draw a curve, polyline, and have that working fine. Now, this method is fairly straightforward, and it can work for the more high density buildings as well. You just need to make sure that you repeat your heights. So if we wanted a step back there, we just have to repeat that 5.5 to manage to get that as a step instead of as an angle. So it's pretty straightforward. But we don't just care about 2D. Fuck 2D. We want 3D, don't we? 3D is where it's at. So, I feel like you guys should know how to make this 3D. How to make this curve generate a 3D geometry relative to this 21 by 6 meter box, this rectangle here. Hang on, I'll just hide the plane. I'm going to give you guys the chance to think about it and do it. Go cast your mind back a year to code 1150. I want you to use the tools that you had available to you then. If you can't do this, we're in trouble. And then we'll change.
Zoom out of the script.
Sure. You know about bifocals? No, don't turn them on. You know about bifocals? The what? See the plugin I'm using? It's got it's got the names of the components above everything.
Yeah, that's good. Should download that.
Yes, we want.
Any questions? Just let us know. Come on, don't copy the formula. You should have already known that. Let's cover this one up.
Let's cover this light. Don't hide the formula.
Yeah.
Don't hide it.
Don't hide it.
Alright. I lost the fun of teaching the class
No,
now.
it's not about hiding things.
Yeah,
Knowing that formula is not important. Really, it's not. It's on the fucking document.
but you want them to convert to a formula. Like
You just replace the number with an X. They're going to have to do it for the building that they've picked, the site.
Yeah.
They can do it there.
Cool. I should look into the. Okay, maybe I'll look into my own computer. What's the Macquarie cost setback for commercial buildings?
But don't tell anyone.
Yeah.
No, keep that a secret. If anyone on the internet has finished, let me know. Or is struggling, let me know. Does this room? Yes, it does. Yeah?
Yeah, and they blocked all the doors except in the balcony.
Why don't they just get rid of the beads?
Probably protecting wild animals.
I know, but they could move the bees, not kill them. Get rid of means move them.
Moving into somewhere else.
Yeah. Or were they wasps or something?
Could be the same problem. You're not able to access another room. It's too.
They need to find another room for the bees?
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's gonna take 20 years. So apparently we can access the document again.
All this bureaucracy, it just reminds me of like wanting to just start your own private school instead of like doing it through uni. But no one would, like, there's no value in a private school. Like, the only reason people come to uni is for a degree, right?
Well,
like they're learning something and there's a degree at the end. Going to a private school, you learn something and it's like, cool.
you mean private school as like practical school?
Like, as in, you can have private classes in Grasshopper,
Oh yeah.
but it's not a degree.
No.
No.
It is more for practical.
Oh, good.
Actually.
Huh?
I think, yeah, you're right in that sense. University sometimes is really degree focused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
What do you, we want to make that curve run around that geometry. Do you want me to do it now?
Sorry. So choose the geometry from your response like when it comes to the 10 points. Like when you sweep it, do you understand? The question is how to deal with the corner. What was your question? Yeah, for sure. I think another way to look at it is just take straight lines, not polylines, and offset each straight line and intersect whatever is inside. So corner should be sharp.
Yep. We want something kind of like this, but obviously more like the curve. Do you want me to start coding it now or not? I'll just start doing it. We'll waste time otherwise. Precious time. Now doing this well can be a bit tricky. So if we were to just start this without really thinking about it too much, if you grab a plane on your curve and you set that plane out at the start of the curve, and I'll just make my planes smaller. Then we could potentially move this curve to that point, oriented to that plane, and sweep around. But let's just see what it does. It might work, it might not work. There's no harm in trying. So we can use an orient. We're going to orient from the base XY plane to the perpendicular frame on our curve, and we're going to pick our polyline, and that's going to do some weird shit. So what's wrong with that? Why is our curve shooting off to the side? Shut up, Leo.
Just go and steal it again.
Don't, just shut up. Leo. Good. The orientation of the plane is wrong. Thanks, Leo. Thanks. This is we're gonna get Leo and I are gonna be best friends at the end of this. So one thing that we can do is we can make sure both our planes are oriented the way we want. So we can use the align plane for our XY plane to point the X direction of the plane in the Y direction. And also we can make sure that the plane that we're using to orient to is aligned so that that plane is aligned, its x direction is pointing up using Z. Now sometimes you only need to do one of these to make them work, but this is just making sure that both are going in the direction that we want them to go in, so we're happy. So plugging those two in, we get our offset line. Okay, so now this is where sweep is going to fail us miserably. It should work, but it doesn't. So we go and grab our oriented geometry. We plug that into the section, and we go and grab our rectangular curve, and we plug that into the rail, and blip blip, broken. Sweep doesn't work. Fuck you, sweep. Broken. What does it say? Sweep could not be created. Okay. I'm not sure exactly why it doesn't work. I think it is because it is a closed geometry, and because sweeps just they haven't bothered to work out how to do the mitering at the end, because you've got a profile curve here. That profile curve doesn't actually work if you were to miter that end. So I have a slight trick that we can play on Grasshopper. And that is if we go and explode our base curve, and this works actually for any geometry, not just polylines or rectangles. If we go explode that, it even works for circles. We'll see. Oh no, it doesn't work for circles. We're not doing circles anyway, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're going to explode our curves, and we are going to go get the center point of all our segments, like so. You know what I'm doing? Shut up. So that's center point. Now, it might feel like I'm talking to you guys as if you're first years. I'm just making sure that you know. Sometimes, if you want a midpoint and you type 0.5 and plug that in, it doesn't give you the midpoint, and that's because the curve is being generated in some other way. And so what can we do to our curve? Shut up. What can we do to our curve to make sure that 0.5 means 50% instead of something else? No, we've kind of shattered already. Do you guys know about, and I'm really talking to, yes. Who said that? Yes, that's exactly what you need. Now, in this case, there's no problem here, but what we're doing is we're writing a code assuming there might be problems, okay? We always have to assume there might be problems because someone's going to come along and give you some geometry down the line that might be fucked up. So we'll just make sure best practice is if we're ever using percentages to always reparameterize. Even if reparameterizing works, still do it. Okay, we've got our midpoint. That particular point is the exact point where we want to split our curve. So we can use shatter instead, and the only reason I use the evaluate length is to show you where we're splitting it. If we shatter this, making sure that we reparameterize, plugging in our 0.5%, we should end up with two curves split in the middle at each point. Cool. Okay. Can anyone new, as in the 4 in the class, or sorry, I'm going to be picking on you all term guys, but it's more so just so I know what you're talking about. Is it Jason on the internet?
Yep.
Is your name Jason?
Yep.
Cool. So Jason, Tom, Ollie, Owen, Jason, Owen, Tom, Emilio, Paolo. Cool. Is there anyone else that's new, or that's it? So you guys had 15 people drop out in the first term, and now you're down to 5. That's it. Huh? Russell? Oh, Russell's there as well. He just doesn't say anything. So you're down to 6, and
Oh,
all.
sorry, I was muted.
That's okay, Russell. And down to 6, and all male. It's not good.
For entire second year.
Their entire second year is 6 people, and it's 100% male. I think they moved to architecture. You know that's even worse. It's even worse.
What's it worse?
It's worse. Yeah.
Good for us though.
Pardon?
Good for us though.
No, it's not.
Well, I mean, if they didn't understand the value of what they were learning, then it just wasn't for them.
I know. No, that's what I'm worried about is that you guys. So there's only 6 of you. Your classes might get cancelled next term if there's only 6 of you. And I'm not having a go at those students for leaving. I'm more so worried about what's going to happen to your classes if there's only 6 people. So we'll work that out. Just thinking. Look, Hank's got a plan. I'm sure he's got a plan.
Can I say something quickly?
Yeah, go for it.
I assume there's more than one way to solve this problem.
There's 1,000 ways to solve this problem, mate.
Because I think I'm not doing anything close to what you're doing, but I think that I've achieved the same ends anyway.
Oh yeah? Do you want to show me?
Oh my god! Okay, I'm running on my Mac. I've got Teams on my Mac, and I've got because I don't have 2 screens on my PC, so I can't run Grasshopper, Rhino, and Teams. So I can.
What method did you use?
Okay, so I use the initial rectangle to offset additional rectangles, which are then set in X, Y, and Z, and then exploded those. So this is really hard to explain.
No, I know exactly what you're doing, and then you're lofting between them.
I mean, I didn't loft it. I've just got curves to describe the shape.
Right.
And then obviously I can loft it. You just take the vertices of each of the rectangles, split the matrix, and then you can, you've got 4 vertical polylines.
Guess
what?
what?
Make sense?
Yeah, that is another way to do it. Actually, that is exactly how I would normally do it if I wasn't worried about people's skills. You don't understand why we did it this way? Okay. The reason we do it this way is when it comes to solar planes. So the instant you get you're going to get some weird angles happening sometimes. And as well, offsets don't always work. So for example, Jason.
I should say, sorry, I didn't literally use an offset. I was just describing, I just used those numbers to set, X, Y, and Z positions for. So, for example, the initial rectangles gives me, it's if I explode that, I get the first vertice. I can use that to shift that inside, upwards, all that kind of stuff.
We can literally. You're right. We can literally do this. There are hundreds of ways of doing this. So you can say, okay, here's our offset curves, and here's our offsets, and let's just make them negative. So in the case of your site being really simple, you can use a really simple script. You can offset your curves and then move said curves in the Z direction using these heights, and then you can basically just do a loft between those, and you're done. What's going on there? Loft could not be constructed. How many curves have we got? My bad. It is because of branches. So this is what I do when I flatten stuff. Don't if you flatten things, you're assuming your data structure won't ever change. If you want to take, like if you've got two data structures, one's grafted and the other one's flat, and you want to move one of those data structures into the other, like for example flattening, using unflattened tree where you plug that one data set and your other, it will flatten or graft or do whatever you want to the first tree to match the other one. That's the better way of flattening, in my opinion. That'll give you that, and then you loft it, and we get that mess because what's going on? What are we doing wrong? We want to use these offsets. Yeah, that's right. Ah, my bad. Needs to be straight. That works great, except for one reason. Actually, two reasons. When doesn't this work? This script work? I've already drawn one time it doesn't work. No. It's when your site's a fucking weird shape, right? This shape here is going to generate wacko offsets because you're going to end up these little islands, and that script will need to be changed to fix that. There is also another reason why the script won't work, and this diagram will prove it. What in this diagram is telling us why that script won't work? Think about it. Look up and down the picture. What do you see? Jason seems like he's on the ball. What do you think, Jason?
I'm guessing the slope.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's exactly right. It's the slope. So offsetting's great, but it only works on a plane. Yeah? So we're going to assume for today that it's like, I understand like you guys are, it's getting to 12 o'clock. We can do it I'll do it this way as well. We're not going to fuck around with the heights or anything like that. It's just an example, but yes, cheat's way out of this is you can do this. You can do the offset mode and you're done, right? There are also, you're going to have issues with different setbacks, and so this offset's going to have to change. I was going to try and do that today, but we might be able to. Otherwise, let's do that. Let's just use this offset method for now. Did you want me to finish this one off first, though? Do you want to see how to do closed sweeps? Might as well. So what I need to do now is with this sweep method, is take the second line in that segment and join it with the third line, and the fourth line and join it with the fifth line, and the fifth line and join it with the sixth line. Yeah? So because these are in branches, and the reason they're in branches is because Shatter will always create branches from its results, because it will generate more answers, more results than what you put in. We will need to convert this list back into those branches back into a flat-ish structured list. As I mentioned before, I don't like flatten. So the opposite of flatten in this case, the opposite of graft, moving this one tree branch down, is called trim tree, or you can use the shift paths, and an even better shift paths comes in a plugin called tree sloth. So this green shift paths is the best one, in my opinion. if you can go get Tree Sloth, the plugin, you don't have to get it now. That will give you that green shift paths. It's a safe shift paths. It's fine. We don't need that. We can either use trim tree or shift or the regular one, the pink one. Plugging our data into that. No, sorry. Let's just use trim tree for now. Is trim tree not even working? Fuck. Okay. The safe one will work.
Can you just do first last of the list?
No. Let's just do it this way because it's a robust list method. See how my safe one works. Otherwise, if you don't have the safe one, you'll probably have to use flatten tree. Slap my wrist for saying that, but whatever. We then need to shift said paths by 1. So what we're doing, making sure that that's wrapping, we're pushing the first, by default, shift paths is pushing the first item forward 1, and every item after that 1, it takes the last item and pushes it first. Yeah? We could either use 1 or -1 for this, it's fine. And then we partition this list back into what it was, into a structure of 2. So partition is just a more advanced version of graphed, which lets us define how many items are in each branch. Graphed just says it's 1. Partition says you can make it whatever. And then we join these up. And we can then use these as those planes and these as those rails. What's going on? I plugged a curve into a plane. And we end up with that geometry. So yes, it is a slightly bit more code to write than this, but at least it can respond to this. Boop. Maybe not. It's we're getting some wacko joints, so we want this to be rotate. That's also fucked. None. Rotate.
Is it non-planar curve?
Yeah, I just made a non-planar curve, like every site boundary. Huh?
You could have a flat curve.
Yeah, but it's never flat. You show me any site that's flat. Even on the flattest place on earth, it's not flat.
So it should actually go straight up.
Yeah. So what's happening here is these are getting oriented wrong. What do we need to do? We need to. I haven't done this in a while. These oriented planes need to have a point. So we need to reconstruct these planes a bit. So these planes here, you can see how they're on an angle. So that means the slope's going to come off the wrong way. Fortunately, once these are aligned to Z up, see that y axis, the green one, that's a useful axis for us. Okay, so we can take these points and define a perfectly Z unit. We're going to make completely new planes here. construct plane, we throw our point in, we're putting it in a Z plane, and we want to extract the Y plane from our alignment, the Y axis, and that should orient that plane so that it is perpendicular-ish to that line in 2D. So but it's still sticking up, and so plugging that in, we should end up with still a mess. Come on. Have they changed the algorithm for this? There's one other way that we can do this, but that's going to be messy. Let's try that next week. Let's just leave it with this offset. The reason is the next way to do it involves literally drawing in between planes that work out these miters, and this is actually what we do at work. We have to build this at Cox. We have to build this in between miter plane and project our lines onto that miter, and then loft between those to get it to be perfect. Otherwise, this is just proof that sweep's just a complete mess.
We actually find a point which is aligned with the coordinates. Like,
yeah, so what you do is you can take this vector and this vector and add them. If you add two vectors that are the same amplitude, so they're both traveling in one distance, if you add those together, they will give you the in-between vector.
or can you just use the two vectors? And then when you use the
Yeah, it'll give you the in-between. Yep. I'll draw it. There's a white? That's not a whiteboard marker. Plus, there are people on the internet. Let me draw it. So you've got a vector that is 1 unit long, that's going that way, and we've got a vector 1 unit long going that way. If we add them together, and this only works for direction, that will give you, so that's one vector plus another, so you end up there. That is the halfway point between those two vectors, no matter what. But it's just going to be longer than those two vectors because it's a hypotenuse between them. So even like if I add a vector going this way, actually it doesn't work in one case, and that's this case. If I add those two vectors together, it won't work.
And I just tried out.
Pardon?
So I just tried out the offset curve boost. Doesn't that basically perform the function of the rotor?
No, it doesn't. Look, as you get more and more complex and actually get into the reality of this situation, like if you look at if you actually look at a site, and this matters more for residential buildings than commercial, because residential sites are usually a lot more complicated than like a large commercial one. You will probably end up having something that defines your site that looks like this, a topology mesh. Which would be supplied to you by a surveyor. You might have to build it yourself off their contours, depending on how much information you've got. It basically will define the geometry of your site, and the councils basically say the rules apply at any point throughout the site relative to the land topography of the site, like so, right? So what you need to do is you will eventually need to find where all of those control points are in your shape, and then project them onto the mesh, and then have the mesh from that generate those boundaries, we don't have to worry about that too much, okay? But you will one day. One day you're going to have to do this on a site somewhere, and I'm just warning you now about it. So just don't forget that the world's 3D, not 2D. The ground will change slope. We'll get there. We'll get there.
So is the height limit based on the sea level?
Pardon? No, the height limits of count. They don't care about sea levels. They will set height limits based on the point on the ground up.
But if you have a building on that kind of spot, how would you define the height of the lowest point?
Huh? No, it's from the highest point. If you had a maximum building height of 40 meters and you had a site that looked like this, good luck doing anything. Mind you, you will very rarely see this because cities won't even let you build on a site that looks like this. They will have avoided that completely for construction. There won't even be a road going to that site. Then your maximum height would be measured from that point, but only at that point in your building. The maximum height for the part of the building that's built down here would be 40 meters from that point.
So it's basically a vertical offset. You're moving this vertically up to the maximum height, the number of maximum height. Yeah.
45 meters tall, that's your maximum height limit.
So it will be really a plane, and that happens to some science as plane as well.
You can kind of get away with it a little bit, in between. But what they usually do is they'll say, okay, wherever those points are on the boundary, a relaxed surface that goes over the top of that is your site. Because you could say, oh, what if there's like a mound in the middle of my site? Then I could get even higher. But they go, well, whatever's, like, you've dug away that mound and it doesn't exist anymore. They'll just say it's a relaxed surface between all of those. They won't say it that way. They'll just say it's the average. Does that make sense? Okay.
I want to maybe reiterate the vector because it's going to be very important.
Sure.
Yeah. How familiar are you guys with vectors and planes?
You should be at least familiar with them for at least a year, right?
Not familiar, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
What are you trying to make a point?
Probably vector addition, subtraction, how to construct a plane, cross vector.
Okay.
Product.
So how many? Do you guys know a shape that is always planar? Can you think of a shape? If I made it in 3D, if I made a square, a hexagon, a rectangle, if I made a shape that's always planar, what would that shape be?
Triangle.
Yeah. So triangles are always planar. As long as you draw a straight line from 3 points, you will end up with something that doesn't twist, right? It's always a plane. And so the key thing is circles. Circles are also another one. A circle that twists isn't a circle. Circles and triangles are planar. Just remember, when at any point, if you're thinking and trying to work out planes, just go back to triangles. It's a really easy thing. So for example, yeah. So in this here, we've got two vectors. Two vectors are two lines. If I just draw a third line, we end up with a plane, right? So that's the least amount of information you need. Actually, it's actually the exact information you need to construct a plane. You can't construct a plane from 3 vectors, and you can't construct a plane from 1. You can only construct it from 2. If you add any more, the likelihood of them being coplanar is low. So you're limited to 2. You can construct it with 3 points, 2 vectors, which is literally just 2 sides of a triangle, And any other version of that to construct planes is literally just either approximations or a different type of either using points and lines. So you could use one line and a point, or you can use that's it basically, a line and a line, which is literally like saying a line and one point. Is that then when it comes to vectors, look, we can get really deep into the maths that I don't think we need to.
But the second year.
I know, but we don't need to. Christina taught you about vectors, right?
Yeah, but it was a lot of like speaking and students being silent.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay. So vectors, look, if you construct a vector, it's no different than constructing a point, right? They're basically they're basically the same things.
And do you want?
No, I don't. I just want to do it quick. So vectors are points. You can whatever you do to a vector could be done to a point. Okay. Rather than getting sort of into cross products and adding and addition, just know that if you can break something down into numbers, then you can do numbery things to them. So you can times a vector, you can divide vectors, you can add them, you can subtract them. So for example, rather than
what information is in a vector?
Vectors basically describe direction and amplitude. So I'm going to go in north 1 meter. That's a vector. So this vector that I've just drawn here is north 1 meter, and then this vector here is east 1 meter.
Does vector has a unit?
Vectors have because your model has units. It has to have units.
Like whenever you use a vector to, for example, you want to use a vector to extrude something.
Yep.
So you can't use vector. Sorry.
Go on.
You have to use amplitude, like to connect the vector to make extrusion. Is the amplitude.
So the vector whatever vector you had a unit. So you might have had a vector that was going up 1 meter. All amplitude does
is the amount of vector.
Is it timeses that vector enough to get it to whatever length you're trying to get it to.
Yeah.
So if you've got a vector of 1 and if you've got a vector of 1 meter and you want to go 10 meters, amplitude just works out how to get it to be 10 meters. So it says what's 10 divided by 1 times that vector by that number to get it to 10.
So if you want to use a vector to extrude a specific amount of specific length, then you have to. You just amplitude that unit vector. So you can unitize the vector before you use it.
So amplitude does it anyway. So let me just get to this really quickly. So if I said, hey, I'm going to tell you to walk 1 meter north and then 1 meter east as two separate things. And I don't really care how you get there. I just want you to get to that point. But you have to go, it has to be 1 meter north of me and then 1 meter east. You could technically add those two vectors together. So 1 meter north and then 1 meter east, you'll end up there, right? If you add all your vectors together, it will literally give you the final result, as if you were to just go there straight. So that's adding vectors. Then there's also these really simple ones. There's unit vector, which will convert your vector back down to 1, I think. Yep. I don't use it much because amplitude is usually the thing that I care about more. Amplitude does the exact same thing, except it could be any number. So if I've got a vector of 100, that will convert it back to 1. Amplitude will also convert it back to 1 by default, but it can also make it whatever length you want. Cool? And then one other cool little tool that you can use for vectors is the length, which is there. So that'll tell you how far you went, that vector's going. Those are, look, in terms of cross products and adding and subtracting them, these are important tools with vectors. Also, rotating vectors and finding the angle between two vectors can help as well. These effectively get rid of needing to know pure maths in Grasshopper, and it is more sort of like knowing, okay, what's the angle between two things, that'll tell us that, rather than doing the trigonometry between two vectors to get your result. Is that what you want to talk about?
Yes, basically with vector you're able to orientate your geometry to end where you want. And
as long as you use two vectors. As long as you use planes.
If you got planes, of course. And yeah, understanding vector is fundamental of understanding computer graphics. So this is quite important too. Yeah, make sure that you're good friends.
Okay, back to this tool. You are going to run into a few problems. This is not a good result. This does not represent reality. Why? Because our site is probably on a street and it's next to another building and another building. Oh no, let's say that's a different type of street. And there might even be like an alleyway at the back, right? 3 different types of streets, and it's adjacent to a property rather than a street. Okay, I guarantee you, I've never seen a site that's been an island between 2 streets. Maybe I have. Yes, I have seen those sites, but none that this big. Those sites do exist, like Westfields. A Westfield is surrounded by streets. In a way. My bad. So, this offset script gets complicated because you have to offset this line of your site a different way than offsetting this one, then offsetting this one, and this one. Yeah? So shall we do that? Cool. How do we do that? The best way to teach it, I think, is by exploding your curve. By the way, I'm going to try and write this as robustly as possible so it works for you in as many situations as possible, but this script will have issues. It will probably have issues with sites that look like this. With concave edges. So just consider that you might run into problems if you've got those types of sites down the line. This is actually a really good exercise just to say that why one script doesn't exist, because there's like thousands and millions of different situations that will make that one script not work. So we're not even going to be able to handle a concave edge with this particular one. But let's keep going. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to define some of these rules based on the type of road or condition that we've got. So in this case, let's hide everything. On one of these edges, we need to know what order these are in to be able to define those rules. So we've got edge 1 or 0, the first edge is here, and that's going to be next to a type of street. Then edge 1 is next to a different type of street. Edge 2 is adjacent to a neighboring building, and edge 3 is on yet another type of street. So in the simplest coding way possible, we could just say in order street A, street B, adjacent, and street C. And we could make that more complicated later if we want to. Okay, we're not going to get super complicated to start with. So then we can set out some rules. So here we've got, we'll say this is street A. Is this street A? This is just applicable to any residential building. But what we're doing now is we're getting into the more advanced buildings, basically high density commercial or residential blocks.
We can go back to the right console LED to dig it out.
Probably not this one. Go back one to the other tab. This is still residential development over there. Down to Macquarie Park.
Yeah, I had that open. You wrote over it.
Yeah, that one, 7.4. You can just take the front road. It has quite a few quite weird constraints.
Yeah, I know.
Like if it's on.
That's why I chose Macquarie.
Road.
Active frontage. Where's our setbacks?
7.4.
We in we're not.
Yeah. So that's the map for like special setback zones and.
We'll forget special setback zones. Here we go.
Yeah.
So for Macquarie Park, we've got minimum setbacks and build 2 lines. They must be provided as shown in figure 7.3.2, which is this guy. So here it's got some special ones, but let's just use the rules set out in this text here. So they've got 0 setbacks, build 2 lines to primary active frontages. 5 meter setbacks to all existing and new streets unless otherwise specified. Oh no, these are...
I think the first 3 rules are probably most important.
No, I'm not. I'm looking for
Side and rear setbacks.
Yeah.
We could potentially take 12. Yeah, maybe.
Let's just make it up, okay?
Yeah.
Look, depending on where you are, there's going to be different setbacks per different roads. So they're going to say, oh, this is a pedestrian precinct. Street A is, there's no cars driving down it. It's like it's just a nice retail road for people to walk down. They can buy coffees and sit and relax and not have to worry about cars hitting them. So Street A is going to have 0 setback at the ground. That's a tab. Just please use a tab there. It's going to have 0 setback at 0 height. Okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to convert this coordinate system that we've written that does 0.90, 0.95.5. We're basically just going to write a string of numbers in order to set out what we want. So at the 10 meter mark, it's also 0. Hasn't set back, there's no angle. But at 10 meters, it then goes to a 5 meter setback. And then after that 5 meters, we'll go in for infinity. So we'll go up to our 999, and that will also be set back 5 meters. So what that string does, and I'll just copy that string into a text editor, because text editors are far better at this than Grasshopper. What we've effectively done is made a semi-TSV CSV. We could technically put a comma there as well, but I think having a tab delimiter between street A and those numbers will help down the line when we want to split things up. So let's go to street B. We'll say street B is a major road. So we want maybe a 2 meter set at 0 meters. We want a 2 meter setback. At 5 meters, we want a 2 meter setback. And then from then on, we'll just go to infinity again with a 2 meter setback. Street C has a 0 meter setback because we're allowing our building to be butt up against another building. Some councils don't allow that. They might say, okay, well, at the 10 meter mark, you're still allowed to be butt up against it, but then you need to be set back at least 10 meters. And then you can go for infinity at 10 meters. And then the last one, oh no, that was street C. Street C is we're making this adjacent, sorry. And street C is just infinite from 0 to infinity because it's an alley. They don't care about what you do to street C. Cool. So I'm going to copy those back in. The point is, every first number in that pattern, sorry, every odd number is the height, and every second number is the setback. And you can write whatever syntax you care about, just as long as you know the syntax. Because we're gonna break these down. We're gonna say, okay, what is our rules? Our rules are defined by the name of the type. So we're going to use a text split to grab to split the name and the numbers. We're going to use a list item to pick out just the names, and I'm totally cool with flattening this, but you could also use a unflatten. Let's just use an unflatten. So there's our flat list of names. Do you guys, new guys, do you guys know a means of like if I said, hey, adjacent, do you know how to find what index that is in this list? Have you been taught that? No? Okay. Okay, I'll just over do it again. There's in the Grasshopper set ribbon, under sets, all of these functions are very useful list analysis tools. The one that I use the most is member index. What that will do is if you've got an item that matches another in another list, it'll tell you the index of that item. It's index 3. It's a really good way of reordering lists or reordering data based on, like if I've got this street A, B, adjacent, and C, and I want to reorder my data based on those names, then plugging those in will tell me I've got the order is 0, 1, 3, 2. And so it's very useful for resorting your data to what you need it to, especially when not necessarily things can be sorted. So index 0 is our first item, index 1, and like if I jumble these up, that might prove the point a little bit more. We'll write street C first. So we go, did that pick that up? Yeah, index 1, 2, 3, and then 0. So the numbers that we want to apply to our offsets are in order. So if we go get our offset numbers, so that's item 1 from that list. So those are our offsets. And we unflatten them. And we use the index from the member index to get those offsets and heights to line up with our boundaries, right? So these are now in the order of our edges of our rectangle. So this one relates to this, and this one relates to this. Yeah? Then we can split that up into using commas, which will give us those numbers in order. And every first number is a height, and every second number is an offset. So we can use tools like dispatch and weave. So if we dispatch this and we use the default pattern, which is true false, that means all our odd numbers are coming out of A and all of our even numbers are coming out of B in the list, not even in terms of what they are, their value, but their list item. And so we can use those numbers to offset our curves. Now this is going to be an interesting one. So and Grasshopper will probably work in this case, but if you've got, I won't mention it, we'll just do it. Shut up, Andrew. You're making things too complicated. Okay, so we've got a bunch of curves, we've got a bunch of offsets. Can anyone see if I'm going to have any issues with this right now? Except for Leo. If I plug this in right now, what's going to happen? You've all got scripts in front of you that you could literally make it happen and tell me.
You're going to offset like each of the curves to 4 curves.
No. Look at my branch structure. I've got a flat branch. And look at my branch structure here. What have I got? I've got a bunch of branches. So we're going to end up with every curve getting affected by every branch. We don't want that.
Need to graft it.
Yes. Thanks, Jason. So we need to graft this data structure for that to work. And we need to set this expression to be a negative because we're offsetting inside. And that 10-meter setback is going to hurt a lot. So I'm going to just make this a bit bigger. Right. We've also got the vectors, the heights that we need to move these to, so we can plug them into the Z, and we can move these curves up, and they should move up reasonably well considering the branch structure, because these offsets should, oh no, we need to shift those back. So quick and easy way, we know we have the same number of curves as we have moves, so we can use the unflattened tree to get that back into the tree's structure. And I'm just going to quickly loft those curves, and we'll see almost the finished answer. So there's our retail precinct boundary, and then there's our road boundary. So there's that 2 meter offset, but there's no setback after that 2 meters. There's our adjacent boundary. So you know, if there was another building there, they're allowed to be adjacent to each other, but then there's a 10 meter setback. And there's our alley that has 0 setback. Cool? Yeah? Okay, but what's the problem? Yeah, well, like there's a...
It's not like trimmed.
Yeah, it's not trimmed. Now, if we had time, what I do normally is I work out every single vertical intersection in the data. So I go and say, okay, we've got these heights: 0, 10, 10, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 0, 5, 9, 9, 9, 9, 0, 10, 10, 9, 9, and so on and so forth. And what I do is I actually say, hey, if all we need to do is make sure that 10 and 5, so they're the only two that are different in each list, get repeated. So there's always curves at 10, and there's always curves at 5, and then what you can do is you can build blocks at each of those points, extruded blocks. But in this case, we can cheat. Gotta love cheating. And so the best way to cheat, especially if you've got wacko corners, and this is why the concave curve won't work, is if you extend your lines, your curves, prior to them getting offset, or you can do it after, but it doesn't matter when, prior to them getting lofted. So I'm going to just extend these by about 10 meters. Actually, let's make that 20. That's going to guarantee that our curves intersect with their corners. Yep. We've got 4 edges to our boundary. If we pick one edge, if we pick the first edge, which edges would we want to trim that with? So edge 0, which edges are we trimming? If we trim edge 0, what do we trim edge 0 with? It's literally staring you in the face. Which ones? This is edge 0?
1 and 3.
Yes. And if we pick 1, which edges would we want to trim 1 with? 0 and 2. Cool. So basically, if we take the main list and we shift it by 1 and -1, that will give us our controls to trim that surface. Okay. So we're going to bring our branched tree back to a flat-ish tree, which is here. So you can flatten if you want. We are going to use this list. This is going to be the list that we use to be trimmed. And we have a list. This list here will be the left trim. So that's going to be a shift list 1, and we can shift list -1. By the way, you'd notice I'm right-clicking a lot of these parameters and just typing numbers in. The reason I do that is because I don't expect them to ever change, right? I only ever use panels or number sliders if I expect that number to change. If I know, okay, I'm shifting this list by 1 and I'm shifting this list by -1, we will never change that. It'll always be 1 and -1. That's why I just go and write it in. So that way, when I'm looking at a script like this, I can actually see where there's variables that can change. If you use number sliders to represent numbers that don't change, expect someone might go and accidentally change them. Okay, that's one rule to follow. Cool, so we've got those lists. Just to be safe, we're going to graft all of these so that when we do the trims, the trim only works on each individual branch. So what we're isolating each of those those surfaces into a single environment. And then, which is the best one? That is the question. So Grasshopper has a few ways that you can trim surfaces and B-reps. There's these guys, and they don't always work well. You usually have to try and fail with them, and sometimes you might even have to go even further. But let's just try it. Let's try a split B-rep multiple. So we'll put the B-rep that we want to trim, which is our center one, and we are going to combine the two adjacent B-reps in there. And what do we get? We get 3 B-reps per edge. And we could assume that the first surface is always going to be the right one, and I assumed correctly. But if that doesn't work, actually, I'll let you work that out if it doesn't work for you. Has everyone else got to this point, or have you stopped? Was I going too fast? Rule number 1, you guys, if I'm going too fast, tell me. Because I want to stop and reiterate it. I want you to follow me. But is that giving you a good idea of what we need to do? Okay, so look, I can go back and say, oh shit, that's not an alleyway. That's actually also another residential precinct. Not residential, sorry, shopping precinct. So we can change that street C into a street A, and we get a big fuck up. And why is that? Why do you think? It's definitely happening here. We're getting a major clash in our setbacks. So if this script fucks up, it's most likely that the offsets that you're actually trying to achieve just aren't possible. The likelihood of that happening is quite low. It's probably because I'm giving this thing crazy 5 mil and 10 meter setbacks. Did I say 5 mil? 5 meter? No, that didn't work either. Come on, caps lock. There we go. So it basically means that you can, this is a way to get those setbacks in. Now, part of the next week is you going and picking a site and modeling the massing that defines that site. Okay, so you need to know what the maximum height of the building is, and that's going to help you work out where that infinity line is. Because instead of using 999, you use your maximum height. And you need to know what your setbacks are and work from there. There's going to be another factor to this. If you start to slice into your building, so let's say this is going to be interesting. If you just take this maximum envelope and we start to slice into it, so we plug in a series into a construct point. We're going to set that series so that there, and here we go, here's a number slider. We've got a floor height of 2.5 to, oops, that's maximum, 2.5 to 3.5 floor to floor. And we've got number of stories, we'll say 10, no, we'll go 20. So there's our number of stories, and there we can set the height between those. We've got a constructed point there which we can use as a plane, and we can intersect our geometry with said plane. Giving us rough, very rough floor plate curves. Very, very rough. These, you could actually possibly just offset them by even just like half a meter, assuming the dimensions of your facade. If you measure these, that'll give you an area. What am I doing wrong? I need to join my BREP. That'll give you an area per floor. So what do we care about on a building when we've got our planning controls? Just cast your mind back an hour, 2 hours ago. Do you remember what it's called? If you're going to build a building, what do you need to know about? How tall can it be? Where is it going to be built? What's important about where it's built? It's going to tell you setbacks, and what else? The floor space ratio, FSR. If you ever see FSR, that they're talking about floor space ratio. So if I know roughly where my floors will be in the maximum envelope, so we slice into that dude. And we get a mass area of all our floors as 6,864. How do we work out our floor space ratio? What did we do before when I just did it like in the lecture? We just went it, if you just go and get the floor area of the site. So this is our site boundary up here. There, 625. All we have to do is divide it. So the area of our building divided by the area of our site will give us the floor space ratio of 10.9. Okay? Now, there is one thing I have not mentioned. And that is, there are parts of the building that you don't need to count towards your floor space ratio. So, your toilets, they don't count. Private, commercial toilets don't, I believe. Public toilets don't. Sorry, public toilets don't. So those are technically not public, but in some buildings you have public toilets like train stations and stuff like that. Unfortunately, train stations also have to follow this rule for some reason. Because they have people working there. Public toilets don't count. Lift shafts, risers, fire stairs, and we're going to get into fire stairs very soon in this course. They all don't count, and they take up space in your building. Okay? So generally, you can subtract you can times the area of your floor plate at this point by 80, 90%, depending on how efficient you're trying to be. So if you're going to make an inefficient building, and when we talk about efficiencies, it's really clients, people who are trying to rent a building out, they want an efficient floor plate. So you'll very rarely see a 95% efficient floor plate. It'll be around 80, 85%. But if someone just wants to splurge money and waste space, they might even get a 70% floor plate depending on who you are. And so, is it too cold in here, man?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'll turn the aircon off. So this number can change, and hence why I'm going to put this in as a slider. From a very wasteful 60, very, very, very wasteful 60% to an almost impossible 95% efficiency for floor space ratio, you can times your area by that to then work out your floor space ratio. So here we're getting 1 to 6, or at 60%, and at a typical 85%, 80-ish percent, we've got a floor space ratio of 9.3. Okay, so right now we might be good for a floor space ratio of 10 to 1, right? But we might have a maximum height that comes up to here. And generally, people want to build as tall as possible. The reason why is that it's more money for them to sell. So if you buy a 20th story apartment, you can see further, it's more prestigious. People are going to pay more for 20 stories than they pay for 10, the 10th story. And that includes commercial floor plates. If you buy the 20th story in the city, then you're probably paying more than the people renting out on the 10th floor. So the aim then is to start drawing, like if you start modeling a mass within that zone that gets you to your maximum height, but also within the allowed floor space ratio, you've got yourself a nice envelope for your building. Okay? It's that simple. People make it out to be an art. Like, as if architects are actually doing something really special when they work out the envelope of a building. And yes, they might, but at the end of the day, 95% of all buildings are going to follow this process. You're going to find out what you're allowed to build, you're going to build right up to the edge, and you want to build to maximize the amount of profit for your client who's paying you to produce something that makes them money and that gets you money. Cool?
I just want to add a little bit thing. Is the building envelope here? Maybe our building height limit is here. So what happens is you can stretch this tower to be longer within this envelope.
Yeah, I just said that.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood that.
No, it's okay. It's cool.
Yeah.
But just to reiterate, you're allowed to do whatever you want within your envelope to whatever the limit is of the floor space ratio. So if you want, you could have a giant fat block in the top here, assuming it's inside that envelope. Bit. You get it. And you can have a very thin tower that connects that up to that point, right? It's up to you how you work out how to keep that structurally working. But I can tell you now, there are buildings that do this. Where are we? if you come out of Martin Place and you walk down here, check out all of that non-floor space area. Doesn't count towards the FSR. Right? And then you've got this big structure that's holding it up. That's FSR. That's not FSR. And what does it do? It makes different, interesting architecture. There's a reason why they've done this. They've wanted to enhance the public realm there. Who knows? They might have been given an extra 10% FSR if they had provided that extra open space for people to exist in. So by building this, they're allowed 10% more of this. And as well, it doesn't subtract from their FSR. Yeah? If you've got some neighboring buildings near me, my office in the city, grab the dude. No, can't grab the dude. For all of Google's like the work that they do, they could make this a little bit more intuitive. There we go. Look at that massive hole that's cut through that building. They've been able to put more shops and cafes down there, which normally wouldn't exist in that city. They've just made more rent. The council is probably allowing them to do more with their FSR because they're providing public space, amenity, and as well, it makes this cool space through your building that doesn't affect your FSR.
There is an art installation if you guys.
Yeah, there's sort of like this light thing going through there, and then if we literally like, if you think that's abnormal, that's responding to rules that have been set. This building was built basically at the exact same time as this building.
Blocked by some other architect.
Another architect. Look what they've done. They've provided not only one, but two through site links through their building that gives them extra FSR, that gives them little cafes that run down there. So you're gonna actually start, if you start looking at these DCPs and LEPs and you start walking around, you know, just as you're living your life, just start thinking about, oh, maybe that's just an LEP control. And it probably is. A lot of this stuff is just LEP controls, except for maybe at the uni. The uni's not controlled by that stuff at all.
Uni has its own master plan.
Yeah, because the uni is big, it owns everything, it can do whatever it wants. So, some of you may end up getting into a career where rather than having to rely on these rules to do your job, you might actually be creating these rules. Because someone somewhere has to work this out, and those people are usually urban planners. And people coming out of this degree become urban planners. And so where are you? Fortunately, I work with urban planners, and they are happy for me to share some of the work that they've done with you, with you. Usually this stuff's quite confidential, but here's the Macquarie University campus master plan. We didn't do the master plan for UNSW. I would have done that one. Actually, I'm not sure UNSW would like me giving that to you, but we're allowed to show you this one. And I'm going to email this to you guys, and I don't expect you to read any of it. But what I do expect you to do is hold on to it for the rest of your career as a benchmark for what a master plan document looks like. It goes through. Pardon?
We have something like that.
No,
not at this complexity.
No, not you. I would hope I wouldn't see anything like this from you. If I'd made you do this, I'd just made you do probably 10 to 30 people's work over like 10 years. So don't. There's a lot of thought that goes into this, right? Because look, what this is doing is it's trying to work out where this particular precinct wants to be in 20 years' time. And they have to put a lot of thought into it. They have to think about floods, as Leo mentioned earlier. They have to think about population. What's our population growth going to be within 20 years? So research needs. The university has previously identified a target to rank amongst the top 200 research-intensive universities in the world by 2014. What do we want to? How do you achieve that through master planning? Because that will affect it. Research spaces within faculties. Allowance for variable rates of growth over time. Increasing proportions of interdisciplinary and collaborative research. If the university didn't plan for that, they wouldn't have the controls in place for the buildings that get built to allow for that to happen. So this building, which should get knocked down immediately and replaced with one with power sockets, is somewhere in the master plan. In 20 or 30 years' time, or maybe even 5 years' time, or maybe even one, this building might be flagship to get knocked down. So there's a plan somewhere for that in all of these large campuses. People care about how movement happens through it. They care about faculties in this case, but it could be anything. It could be like if we were talking about the CBD, it could be retail versus commercial versus residential, or even mixed, so all three all in one place. It's got your flagship architect sketches that just to make it look like we know how to draw, and someone famous somewhere is thinking about it, like Philip Cox or Zaha Hadid. You guys have probably seen these at Macquarie, but I want to get to one of these things in particular. I wonder if they've actually got it. I might have to go back to the Macquarie Park one. They literally think about the trees they're going to plant. And I guarantee you, every council thinks that. They think through what trees they will be putting on the side of the roads. It's not random. They're worried about safety. They're worried about maintenance. They're worried about water use. They're worried about how rich they look. All of those types of things. But the thing I want to talk to you guys very quickly about, which we'll cover next week, these guys. So we talked about setbacks with roads, with your building, but we're also going to be talking about actually the road itself. So we're just going to remove ourselves from like designing a building for this first assignment, and we're going to design the context and the envelope, not, or at least the maximum envelope, and then whatever you've responded to. I just want to block building, and I want to know areas. That's it. But around it, we need to know how the streets work. So what are the street profiles? Are they single lane, double lane, triple lane? Is there a median strip? Is there a strip for planting? Is there a bike lane? All of those things we're going to cover next week. I want you to spend the next week just paying attention to what different types of street conditions there are, because there's a lot. And if we go check out the DCP for Macquarie Park, you will find, is this Macquarie Park?
That's housing code.
Yeah.
The other, yeah.
We will find them. Get used to this, looking at this document. Where are we? There we go. So here they've designed pedestrian connection typologies where the typical sections are like a 4-meter wide footpath, which is large, so this is only for pedestrians, and then a 2-meter planting strip, or 2-meter planting strip, 4-meter and 2-meter between two buildings. But then here we can see a 4-laned road, 2 lanes going either way. They've designed it with a 3-meter footpath, 1.5-meter lighting strip, which includes trees, a 2.5 meter parking zone, and 3 meters. Oh no, sorry, it's a 2-lane road, not a 4-lane road. There's parking, no median strip, and then it's mirrored. You've got so these types of roads we're going to have to model next week. Okay. But we've got about an hour and 15 minutes to go, and I want to make sure you guys know how to get the test working. So I'm going to quickly, in the next 15 minutes, just tidy the test up and get it to you, and then we'll spend the next hour making sure it works, because someone here is using a Mac. I know it. I feel it. Is anyone using a Mac? I reckon Jason's using a Mac.
I'm using Windows.
Good.
I'm on a PC and a Mac, mate. Just Teams is on the Mac.
Okay.
Not Teams, sorry, the Zoom is on the Mac.
Because the test does rely on Python, as in I have written Python into Grasshopper, and sometimes it doesn't work, and I want to make sure that it does before just sending you off to do the test, or otherwise someone will be like, my computer's not working, and then I'm gonna have to fix it. So give me 10 to 15 minutes to tidy this thing up. You guys can, I don't care if you see me tidying it up, and I will get back to you then.
Do you know any good resources
For master planning?
Yeah, for this kind of like, I'm feeling a little bit like
Overwhelmed.
not overwhelmed, but like I should have done more of this last year. I kind of just
We're touching on it this in this term. The thing is, master plans are fucking massive. They are massive.
Oh no, not the master plan, like the Grasshopper. Just in
Sure,
the context
this
of
part
this.
is just make sure you guys are proficient in Grasshopper. So
Yeah.
We're gonna teach you how to code this stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to share a lot of basic knowledge like operations on vectors, planes, authority and stuff. Yeah, you can just shoot any questions you need.
Okay.
Like any particular topic you want me to cover.
Yeah. Alright. So just focus on the class.
I think there is a very good Grasshopper document you can start with, but I can't call it.
The docs and stuff online.
Yeah, there's a primer on Grasshopper. Try to read that.
You've learned the basics of Grasshopper.
Definitely the basics.
You've got the knowledge I think you need to do this. The thing is, what we're going to be helping you this term is to work out how to apply that basic knowledge to these problems.
Yeah.
Okay? So, all you need to know is how to do offsets and how to do set listing and dispatching, and you should be able to do the setbacks for a building. It's just it's hard to sort of go, oh, there's a problem, how do I solve it? And so we're going to step through all of these problems with you in a more generic way, and then you might find that you want to do certain things, especially more in the later assignments, because we're gonna model fire stairs, which sounds like the most boring thing in the world, but it's the most useful script that you might ever have.
In Revit?
No, in Grasshopper, and then we're gonna put it into Revit.
Okay.
Cool. Because you can model stairs in Revit. You can, huh? It's very gross. Yeah, you can model strips in Revit, but Revit won't do much for you. we can write scripts in Grasshopper that tell us whether or not the stairs are compliant. So Revit won't tell you if they're compliant. If you put too many stairs in, it just models it. I can tell you, you need a landing. And where's this and where's that and what is it? What are you doing? And then we can put that into Revit. And then you can technically just draw a box and say put a fire stair there, and it will make a fire stair. And then you've effectively got a one-way ticket to getting a job when you finish this degree. Because in your portfolio you put here's a script that makes fire stairs, and people go, you're hired.
We learned a lot of skills last year, but I just don't know when to actually apply them.
Yes, that's the main issue with the 1150 model, the teaching model.
You learn it and then it's just like
It drifts away. Yeah.
I was super overwhelmed with this entire thing. I was just like, I don't remember anything that we did last year.
It has just been a bit of time. Probably just take them.
So did you do any grasshoppering in the last term?
Yeah.
You did structures, right?
Yeah.
Karamba.
We did Canva,
Yeah, it was still like not good. Yeah,
we didn't apply it.
My main, you're gonna get me onto a rant, and I love ranting. So get used to it.
You can sort out your test first.
I'll rant while I test. I rant while I test.
But Andrew, can I get a email list or something?
Yep.
I can add to your Slack group.
I will add. I have a Slack. I have a Slack group.
Okay.
Like I have my private Slack group that I run for my company.
Okay.
I'll just add everyone to that.
Cool.
You could just reply to the email you sent to Zoom.
Huh? Yeah, I'll go copy those emails into Slack and add. It's just I didn't have Leo's email in that list.
That's fine. But for you, I think you can search for Grasshopper Primer. That's a pretty good document to get started with. Just any type of reference to a particular technology. Explanation on backtest points are pretty good as well. So for fundamentals, you can definitely look into that. And if you still have questions, definitely happy to talk about. And it's fundamentals, and it's going to be transferable to any other subject.
Yeah. I'd say the fundamentals for us were pretty good, but it's just the steps between where you see a problem and defining it in a way where we can. Sometimes it feels like it's just a big like.
Do you remember this?
Question marks,
I feel like my grasshopper stuff now.
Well, then do it again.
Because like at the end of last year, or like the second half of the year, I did an internship
I think you will.
interior architecture practice.
Yeah.
So like it was a lot of AutoCAD, 3D modeling, and documentation.
Why not just use Grasshopper?
Yeah, I tried applying some Grasshopper for some of the projects.
Yeah, man.
Andrew.
Okay, do you want to hear my rant? No, go.
Do we get the recording of the tutorial?
Yes, of course.
Where's it gonna put it? Dropbox or?
I'll put it on Moodle. I'll send an email. I'll put it on Slack. Just give me a day. Give me a day to process it.
One is how we actually make useful for commercial practices, and that's what Andrew is trying to teach with your bias there. Is definitely something that every employee oh, this is automate something that has a lot of power, and in the same fashion run on yeah. So if you look into what happens to the construction industry, architecture, engineering, and architecture, you pretty much use the same
Is Danielle and Yahoo still working folks?
Pardon?
Is Danielle and Yahoo still working folks?
Danielle is. Yavor, we've just sort of hit a bit of a rough point. So some of our students have been asked to work 0 hours a week because we don't have enough work for them. But we're not firing them. We're just saying, hey, we just need to take a holiday for a month or two. It might there's some reasons, but yeah, we'd love Yavor back. Arlene's also there too. She's been reduced. Pardon?
Do you remember Nelson?
Yes, Nelson Chen.
Yeah. He's like trouble.
I'm not surprised. It's fucking bad right now. Like, normally I would have hired at least one extra person last year that graduated, but we hired 0. So pardon? Don't do that. No, get a job. Don't. Internships are bullshit. Huh? Okay. In Australia, it's illegal to work for free. So anyone asking you to work for free through an internship is doing it illegally. I'm not sure you want to work for those people. Number one.
Well, without this kind of free experiences, like how would I get a full-time job?
You need to get a job as a graduate. They should be hiring people. They should be hiring people as graduates. Like I need to hire graduates, as in people that are cheap, that can learn stuff very quickly, and I can put into problems to like deal with, solving problems that don't require lots of experience. Those roles exist. You need to prove to them that you're worthwhile getting hired through the work that you're doing at uni. Or if you can get a job whilst you're at uni, that's also another thing that helps. Leo, you can't find the course in Moodle. Can anyone else see the course in Moodle? I unhid it. Can you go check now? Leo, it's there. Maybe you're just not enrolled yet, mate. Different Leo. I'm talking to another Leo. You're not enrolled, but neither is this other Leo. Against Leos. Maybe I set something up. What were you saying?
So there's gonna be a Toby's estate FFA gonna be constructed in MLC.
Sure.
And like the middle part of it's like a very circular room. The middle part is just like a nice curved metal wall like the boss like that. I just use rider also for that.
Yep.
So hopefully later this year.
Good, man.
That's like real project that I've applied right now.
But they were happy with what you were doing, right? Yeah. I think you might have a job out of that, dude. She's 18 months. Huh? It does. Yes. She knows more Japanese than me.
I visited Japan last year with Nelson and Tim H.
Oh yeah?
It was pretty fun.
Last year?
Yeah, in February, right before COVID, like everything.
Fuck, man. Just like right at the end. Yeah.
I was in Japan for part two because like as international student has to go.
You use Japan as the transfer from China. Yeah. How many people are in China right now? Huh? Rupu? Is Leo in China? Jason?
Oh, I'm in Adelaide.
In Adelaide?
Yeah.
You dick. I want to be
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
So are you going to be there the whole time?
Look, I gotta work. So last year I was doing a bit of FIFO, and that's fine. But because there can be lockdowns at any point,
Yeah.
I mean I'm stuck in Sydney or whatever. So I just took all the online courses for now. I'll be here for the rest, at least until we start getting vaccinated.
Okay, cool. So when I visit Adelaide, I could run classes for Jason in person.
Do it.
So
Well
what do you are you a? It sounds like you've got a little bit of experience with this type of stuff, or
No, look, I've had a background in digital media and all that.
oh yeah,
I think I was always looking for something like I considered like doing architecture and that sort of computational design. I was like, what's that? And then as soon as I saw Grasshopper, I fell in love because I just find all the procedures and like the procedural approach to doing something creative is really amazing.
yeah. Well,
Every time I've done something like from texture art and all this stuff that revolves around design or industry, creative industry, you find like 80-90% of it is mostly procedural anyway. So these tools are incredible. You've got a lot
yeah.
of them coming in, Houdini, Substance, all these sort of node-based procedural tools that are just they're just incredible. I'm in love.
It's I've like the thing right now for you to actually get a foothold in any sort of creative industry, you need to be able to, well, not any, but most of them now, you actually need to have a logical coding mind, but then also be creative as well. It's a very
Because the scale of that's why it's apps like Substance. I don't know if you've heard of it.
yeah. I know Substance.
Yeah, so if you can't do that, you may still be able to work as a texture artist, but in 10 years you're fucked if you don't know how to use that stuff. Because the productivity of somebody who can use 3D or 3D effects or any of these node-based tools is just an order of magnitude less or more than if you don't know how to use them. So.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to ask you, since you seem pretty straight up, what do you think the future of architects who don't know how to use Grasshopper and these sort of tools like how to merge are similar? What do you think their future looks like? Bleak?
Look, Grasshopper's not the solution yet.
I agree. It seems definitely be expanded on.
So at the moment, if you don't know Revit, you basically can't get a job in Australia, except for if you're maybe applying for some smaller firms that just don't use it. And the thing is, Revit's actually targeting as software. It's targeting a small firm market. Like small firms can make the most efficient money from using Revit. Revit falls to pieces once it gets large scale.
I'm glad you don't like Revit because we only did it for a term that I thought it was disgraceful. I think it follows all of I don't like Autodesk in general as a company. I think that their tools are essentially just their code base is clearly from the 1980s. And it's it's disgraceful. And I think that anyway,
Jason, you and I think very alike. I try to convince my office that Revit is as if we were going and buying a cathode ray TV that was released in the 80s. They've just put new lights on it that one of the lights can turn purple. instead of green,
Yeah.
that's all Revit is. We're using tech that was developed 10 or 20 years ago, and in Revit's case, it's tech that was invented 60 years ago.
Yeah.
And they've just wrapped it in a new case, and they don't give a shit about us at all. They don't care about us at all.
Well, I saw there was an open letter written by a bunch of top architectural firms or whatever. That was essentially all got together and said, "Can you please do better than this? Considering this is now considered industry standard, and like we can't execute the ideas that we want based on the limitations of Revit." So.
Yep.
I
tried.
Like nothing more than to see the Autodesk completely fall flat on that face. They use it because it's disgraceful.
The thing is, because the reason Autodesk is where they're at, especially with Revit, the reason Revit still exists, because if you say, well, if you build something shit, then no one will use it. So why does everyone use it? And no, so what Autodesk does is, rather than using their money to, what I believe, I'm just going to say believe now because this is getting recorded, so I don't get defamed cased. What Autodesk, I believe they do is, they, rather than spending their money developing their software to be better, what they do is they spend their money lobbying governments to mandate their software. So in the US, if you're working on a government project, you have to use Revit, right? So it doesn't matter how good the software is, it's mandated.
There's no software like Revit.
There is. There's plenty of software.
So they just force you to use it.
Yep. Now, so Revit has been built to be good for the people that mandate it. So the people that receive, the government that receives a Revit file, can be assured that it is built in a way that they can then go check it to what they want. So it's not built for architects to be able to do good architecture or easy architecture or efficient architecture. It's built so that someone can go audit it. And that's the primary function of Revit. And everyone's like, oh, Revit's good because you can do sections. The only thing that's special about doing sections is that it's 3D. Any 3D software can do sections. As long as you model something in 3D, it's sections. There's nothing special about Revit. Second thing, it holds information on objects. There's no different to GIS or no different to Rhino. Now, AutoCAD's a little bit different, but you can store data on objects in any of this software. So it's not special in either of those ways. It is special when it says, hey, we're going to force you to draw floor slabs a certain way so that someone down the line who wants to check floor slabs and audit them and order them is getting them in a way that needs to be delivered. You can collaborate in all these softwares. I guarantee, look, Revit's so collaborative that if you have too many people on it, you might as well give up.
We did collaborative stuff, and it was it's terrible. It's just like, from a design perspective, given all of the examples they have in modern day, sharing workflows, it's almost like they went out of their way to make one of the worst you could possibly make. And even the architects that were teaching us complained about the number of errors that occur. So.
Yeah. I've got I'm working on a fairly major project in Sydney right now that has at one point it had about 30 architects working on it at one point in Revit through BIM 360. So you guys have used BIM 360?
Yeah, that's what we use.
Okay, so BIM 360, it doesn't necessarily tell you immediately that someone else is syncing. There's a little red wheel at the bottom, and it will show up, someone's syncing, so that you don't sync. Like, you can choose not to sync, but you can still sync when someone else is syncing. So if someone hasn't synchronized long enough, like if they don't synchronize quite frequently, and then other people are synchronizing whilst they are, and because they're the oldest model, they keep getting booted back and back and back to the back of the queue, to the point where they could be syncing for the whole day, right? They have to literally say to everyone, can you stop fucking syncing so I can sync, so I can do my work, right? So we've had to make a queuing system ourselves to let everyone know that it's their turn to sync.
It just seems like insanity, even though
I think the situation is like quite in China.
So here it is. Here's the queue. So that's the name of the project. That's the file. There's at the moment there's 3 files that have what we call the sync boat. If you want to queue up to get onto the sync boat, you click to get on the queue, and it tells you who's in the queue. So it's my turn to sync. So then I start syncing in Revit. I tell the system that I'm syncing. So the system knows that I'm syncing in the queue. And when I'm ready, when I've finished syncing, I click again, and then the next person in the queue gets notified that they're allowed to sync. We've had to build this ourselves to fix Revit's problem. That took me like half a day to code, right? And it's got fun joke in it as well with the sinking boat. And we spend like over $6,000 per person on Revit a year. Why can't they fucking add that to Revit? Huh? For Revit. Look, it includes 3ds Max and includes all these other programs, but in an architecture office, maybe only 5% of the office will be using 3ds Max or any other Autodesk product. Usually they're just using Revit.
So all this like 50,000 just for that.
Yes, basically. You might as well say, yeah, that. Let me just double check this is all good. Where are you in Adelaide, Jason?
Henley Beach.
Henley Beach? It's where my ex-girlfriend used to live.
Just moved here a year ago. It's amazing.
You're like, oh yeah. Huh? Yeah, it's the same. Okay, guys. The test is ready. I'm going to upload it to Moodle. Does everyone have access to Moodle? Should I email it to you instead? What's the name of this course again? 2-3 something? Oh, I gotta... Henley Beach. Yes, Leo, I know you can't access Moodle. I'm going to email it to everyone. Not you, Leo. I know. No, I'm talking to the other Leo.
All right.
Oh, do you want me to use this one? Your uni one?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that's the easy one.
You want me to use the uni one?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
If anyone you have any questions in the script, just show me. All right.
Attach. Okay, let me run through this test. Most of you already know how this thing works. Oh, actually, I've done something wrong. Okay, so I've made this grasshopper test. It's actually quite a nice test in that you can get the question wrong as many times as you want. It will tell you that you're wrong. And it will then ask you, like, you can then fix it and it will tell you when you're right. So this test tells you once you've got the correct answer, okay? It's built in a way where all the questions are stored in a web server. So you need to be on the internet to have this running. You need to type in your Z number in the name. So I'm going to put in Z number and the password. And the password for this test is back in person. Okay? Huh? No spaces. No caps, all lower caps. And it will tell you if you're successful starting the test. It will tell you how long you've got. In this case, it will tell you you've got like a year, which is fine. And then it will then give you access to all the questions. So you can preview. The reason it's built this way is if I show you the answers of the questions the normal way, you can just bake them, bring them into Grasshopper and plug them in, and you'll get 100%, right? You can just bake everything. So what I've done is I've written some Python code, which if you run through and turn on each question true or false, it will show you the result. So in this case, huh? Still works, yeah. So in this case, the result that I need you to produce is this line structure here. So these 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these 10 lines. And if you look in the description and hint, there will be text that says, create lines that connect every point in list A with every point in list B. And then I provide you with the geometry that you need to do that work. Cool? So if I just do question 1 for you, because if no one can do question 1 right now, we're screwed. If I just did that, we can turn, so you can see what your geometry is here. You basically need to match what I've modeled, and then you plug the resulting answer into the connected answer component. And in this case, my answer is wrong, okay? Because what I've drawn is not right. So here I've got, it tells me I'm incorrect. I've got incorrect quantity of lines, and also my model accuracy is off by 11. Every single question is going to ask you to draw lines, okay? These are purely there to see you using your skills to produce lines. So if you need to make surfaces or anything like that and insert them in, make sure they're converted back to lines. So what do I do to fix this particular answer up? I graphed one of the inputs, and bam, it tells me I'm correct. Okay? You can move on to the next question. If you don't know how to answer a question, you don't have to. You can give it a go and give it a go. It's due, so I'll give you, if you attempt this in the next week, so I know what your skill set is. If you don't know what the answer is, if you can't work it out, just plug something in to get an incorrect answer and just move on. Yeah?
I couldn't work out a lot of them given like infinite time, but like how long
you got a week.
Should we spend on? Like,
look, there are going to be questions here that you're going to struggle with. Look, I'll show you. That. You've already, some of these people have already done this test, which is why I'm not worried about the score. What I'm worried about is you telling me, working out what you've done. See that? That's a bunch of trusses. They're all somewhat unique. What? Why are you making a face? Really? Have you? Have you made this specific truss? No. Have you made this truss? Have you made these trusses?
Yeah.
Really?
We have made those trusses.
Cool. The point of this test is not to find out what you don't know, it's to find out what you know. Okay, so if you feel like you can make those trusses, go for it. But if you're gonna struggle with this one, then I need to know. Nope. Huh? That's not the point of this class. I want to see if you can make this. Okay, so the test won't start for you until you put your Z number and name in. As I mentioned before, I just want you to try. It's purely a data collection exercise, so I know who you are and what you know. And then I'm going to give you 10%. Then whatever you do after that by the end of the term, I'll give you a bonus. If you want to attempt all of them, I'll give you a bonus. Cool? Why? You want? Oh, I gotta get those bonus points. Because marks don't fucking matter. They don't. They don't matter. Basically, for me, I need to make sure that you guys know what you need to know to do my class next term and his class next term. That's all I care about. So if I don't think you can do our classes next term, mine is you're going to have to do collaboratively. So in a team, you need to design a building using Grasshopper collaboratively. And you're not going to know what the building looks like. It will change. Back in person.
So that would be big data realization on the evidence and a little bit machine learning if you guys are interested. I'm hoping Hank doesn't cut that part off.
What? Cut what off?
Machine learning.
Oh yeah.
Automatic. Yeah, it will be quite long process and do data dashboard for your neighborhood. You know your neighbors by their median income and every age something. Be fun process. If you check for Macquarie.
Okay, so what I want you to do, I've just sent you the script. I want you to start the test, like as in put your password in, try maybe the first or second question. Tell me if it's not working. So I just throw 10% around all the time. It makes people do them. And it doesn't matter. People are like, oh, I gotta get that sweet 5%. There was this point where we were forced, they wanted us to do a journal for our design studio. They set it as a 5% mark. So you can imagine what I did. I didn't do it. If they made it a 5% bonus, I probably would have done it. Yeah.
How often does the email take for the time? You got the email.
You got it?
I remember getting like, I think like,
just wait, it's coming.
George, yeah.
We're trying to move generated
Look, it took me a while, but I got it somehow.
I don't care. I don't care about people being able to answer questions in 3 hours. I just care about them knowing how to do it. And so, if you want to work in a team to solve these problems, go for it. I don't care. As long as you're learning.
Do you get a scholarship like if your program is like higher than 60?
Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then like they don't tell me how I should mark.
No, I'm just asking them.
Although they do get annoyed when I, give someone a 45% mark. So generally, I'm going to have to stop recording this. I'm not going to say this. I am nice to people who don't submit. I don't pass them, but I'm nice to them. Just letting you know.
What is the
Huh?
What is the
Back in person, no spaces. Huh? Yeah, it's right.
So if I have a time frame, it's working.
Yeah. Cool.
Do you want me to attempt to this one?
Go for it, man.
I won't back to my.
Oh, Judge. Huh?
All right. Yeah.
By the way, so the system before it tells you if you've got the right answer, what it does is actually sends me my server your answer. My server works out whether or not you're correct and sends you the result.
That's true.
So even if Leo's just fiddling around, I get to see what his answers are.
Do we,
Yeah,
do
use the virtual
we
machine.
still get the website like last time?
Yes, I'll set it up.
Is the first one supposed to tell you something?
Pardon?
Is the first one supposed to tell you?
Yeah, what's user interface?
You get it. That's running. Let's just try to. Just say that. You're on the internet, right?
Yeah.
Is everyone good on the internet?
Yep.
It's working?
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. Good. If you hit true or false, it'll show you the result. Did you get it? That question?
Oh, and you?
Yeah. Just hang on. Just dealing with.
So when we check the answer to the when we check the answer to the faster,
It says test started, but in the answer it says test not started.
If you're getting that problem, just close the script and then reopen it. And when I say close it, that means like no, just the script. Like if you click in the code 2132 in the top right corner, you close the script, reopen it, should refresh it. That's cool. That's it.
So I need to have my student ID.
No, you can just write it.
But I don't see the questions on the
Just reopen the script. Close the script. You have to type the password.
my password.
The password. The test password.
Okay.
The test password is back in person. Don't write your password, or otherwise I just logged your actual password. No, I don't log passwords.
I don't trust it.
I don't. But it's a HTTP connection, so.
Oh yeah.
Whatever hackers want, they work on it. Huh?
Mine won't open the second time. It's unhappy.
What?
Grasshopper's just doing it.
Oh, it's just reloading.
Oh yeah, it took a while. Okay.
Go get lunch. What? So what do you want for lunch? Like how long?
We're done in 30 minutes.
Yeah, we
I
might
know,
as well
but from now on, you want a 15-minute break at 12 o'clock or
probably
30-minute break?
You can go to Macquarie.
Huh?
Probably just in the middle. What's our clock? Would it be 5 hours?
Yeah, it's 5 hours.
Probably just in the middle.
12 hours. Okay. Should.
I
But we feel like if you want to leave and come back, you can. I'm not one of those teachers that's like at 12 o'clock, no one's allowed in.
But then you end up in
Yes, but that's so we'll set aside a break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Andrew,
Yes.
what is the password? Are we start yet?
Yeah, the password is back in person. But not for you. You're not back in person, but I am.
Back in person. Okay.
That sounds like
Thank
Esther.
you.
That sounds like Esther. Is that Esther? No. Okay. Annie.
Yeah.
This is going to be the end of university in person, isn't it? I think it is. You've got Adelaideans just staying in Adelaide, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just.
I'm very high focused on vaccination.
I don't.
You gonna take it?
No, yeah, I am, but I don't think it's going to solve the problem.
I'll survive anyways.
It's not going to solve the problem. Actually, I'm not allowed to say this, by the way. Look. The internet people can't see this, but there's like on the computer screen, there's like a guideline for tutors what to say about COVID and what not to say. It says anyone wearing a mask should not be asked to leave a class. Please be particularly vigilant to avoid inappropriate or alarmist comments about the virus, whether about its origins, affected populations, or rate of spread. So I won't say anything. But it came from Antarctica. Definitely.
For troubleshooting, once I've gotten, what is it if I'm not?
Okay, so what it's doing is it's measuring all your points in the tournament, and it's working out, okay, like how far away. So just in case you get an answer wrong, but it's really close, I'll be like, right? So that's what that's for. The thing is, your incorrect quality wise is way more important than that. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10.
Yeah.
Right. So you saw me do this before, right?
Yeah, it was like a.
Yep. You can graph either one of those lists.
Okay, and why? So, because it's only making from okay, it's using these 2 points.
Yep. So if you graphed either of those lists, love it.
And the file can be saved however, it's all like live web.
Every answer you do will send a message to my website. So
the last
you can save, you should save it though. And yeah, I use whatever correct answer, the last correct answer. So if you get a correct answer and then get a wrong answer to the same question, it'll track the correct answer.
Oh, so we can like experiment.
Yes.
We want to just
yeah. But there's probably no point experimenting with a correct answer. Or if you do, just don't plug it into the answer. And that is the test. I don't have to do any marking because the system does it for me. Yeah. What?
At least with the example, because it says you have to make every point in this day, every time in this day.
Yeah. Oh, it's been moved out.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I even check because I think the show just was.
I need to fix that one. I guarantee you, I'm gonna reset. Let me reset the answer for that one. I'll do it now.
What does that mean for us? Honestly, or?
No, it'll be reset the next time you open.
Okay.
Yep. And you can see me do the fucking answer. Just here.
So Andrew, for next week, are we going to have 15 or half an hour slot?
Yeah.
And move the times accordingly? No.
Do you want to spend? What do you want to do?
We can stay like 15 or half an hour.
I'm okay doing that because I'm just gonna stay at uni all day.
Yeah.
But I do have to go in 20 minutes.
Sure. Yeah, I think we should do the same.
Yeah, no.
I was having a heart attack. I sent an email yesterday asking for deliverable COB today. Realize it's probably not for us. It's for the engineer.
Well, yeah. Yesterday I was told that they need a facade. They need a new facade for their building today.
At what stage? Concept design or
DA.
The answers in the recording.
Yeah, dude, you can literally use this script here. All this question is to make sure people don't just draw like 10 lines and bring them in.
Oh, true. My laptop ran out of chat.
Oh, good, man.
Thank you.
Catch you next week. Yeah, Leo, if you've already done the test, that's fine. It's more question gathering. Just do the test.
I'm looking at 6.
Other Leo.
They call me Leo now, please.
Sure.
Andrew, I think I made problem with the test. I opened it and active to the test, and it showed me nothing with when I changing the true and the false. And I close it and I open it again, and I never be able to open the test again.
You can open the test. It's just loading everything. Just leave it. Let it think. It's downloading information.
Okay. My right now frozen, so.
Just let it be like. Just let it think for a bit.
Okay.
Challenge 2.
Andrew,
Yes.
for challenge 6, do you expect the students to replicate the exactly same lines or just for the same pattern?
Oh, this challenge 6 is very, very, very hard.
Yeah, that's what I'm reckoning. Are you going to ask for exact replication?
Yeah. Don't get stuck on question 6. You can skip it if you want. It's one of the hardest questions. Yeah. I only had one student legitimately finish that question. No, it was Danielle Bazaza. I was like, "You've got a job. I'm giving you a job." She's good. She's working in the wayfinding team. Yep, that's. I basically said, hey, do you want a job doing wayfinding? She said, yeah, I'm interested in it. And I said, do you want to just do your thesis stuff with it? She said, sure. So that was that. Yeah, but like, so Danny had like a bunch of very experienced wayfinders telling her exactly what they needed, and so she built that. And so when Nicole was like, why can't it do this and why can't it do that? It's like, well, they don't. The wayfinders didn't actually need that stuff, but Danny just kind of goes like, yeah, just haven't gotten around to it. Being very generous with her attitude. We'll get that. Oh, I never got to rant about Christina's course. And I do like to rant about it. See you, dude.
Is challenge 2 working? Is everything working fine, or am I?
No, I've got to fix it up. Sorry. There's like it's got the wrong input geometry to output geometry. So I'm trying to fix it up now.
Will do. I thought I was in trouble.
No, you're okay. It's fine. Yeah, no, the points are a little bit too random in that one. And it looks like they still are. I had to hack into the Rhino display functions to get this to work.
Right.
Because it's because if you put any geometry that gets displayed,
You've got to be able to make it.
it can be baked.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, I have to write code that displays this in. Yeah. So, I probably spent more time making the code that runs this than like all the time it would take me to mark every test. But it's worth it, I think. Yeah, definitely. That's why yeah, it's a good test for learning as well. You can just give it to people, and they'll see the puzzle and they'll try and solve it. And the puzzles that they never had to try and solve before. I was trying to run this at Cox, but the national Grasshopper team didn't like it.
Why?
I think they were worried that they're not going to be able to. I think they're going to get judged on it, and they're like, there's thousands of ways of doing things in Grasshopper. Like, you can't possibly test people on Grasshopper. I'm like, well, this doesn't actually test on how you do it. It just tests on the result. But they refused. So I was like, okay. Well, I know my students are able to do it, so if you're going to struggle with it, there's a problem. Do I need to record this anymore? I'm not going to say anything important. Okay.
Just the script part.
Huh?
Just the script part is important.
Yeah.